I am that. Talks with Sri Nisargadatta Maharaj. A compilation by Sri Maurice Frydman. 61. Matter is consciousness itself. Questioner. I was lucky to have holy company all my life. Is it enough for self-realization? Maharaj. It depends what you make of it. Q. I was told that the liberating action of satsang is automatic. Just like a river carries one to the estuary, so the subtle and silent influence of good people will take me to reality. It will take you to the river, but the crossing is your own. Freedom cannot be gained nor kept without will to freedom. You must strive for liberation. The least you can do is uncover and remove the obstacles diligently. If you want peace, you must strive for it. You will not get peace just by keeping quiet. Q. A child just grows. He does not make plans for growth, nor has he a pattern, nor does he grow by fragments. A hand here, a leg there. He grows integrally and unconsciously. Because he is free of imagination. You can also grow like this, but you must not indulge in forecasts and plans, born of memory and anticipation. It is one of the peculiarities of a jnani that he is not concerned with the future. Your concern with future is due to fear of pain and desire for pleasure. To the jnani all is bliss. He is happy with whatever comes. Q. Surely, there are many things that would make even a jnani miserable. A jnani may meet with difficulties, but they do not make him suffer. Bringing up a child from birth to maturity may seem a hard task, but to a mother the memories of hardships are a joy. There is nothing wrong with the world. What is wrong is in the way you look at it. It is your own imagination that misleads you. Without imagination there is no world. Your conviction that you are conscious of a world is the world. The world you perceive is made of consciousness. What you call matter is consciousness itself. You are the space, Akash, in which it moves, the time in which it lasts, the love that gives it life. Cut off imagination and attachment, and what remains? Q. The world remains. I remain. Yes. But how different it is when you can see it as it is, not through the screen of desire and fear. Q. What for are all these distinctions? Reality and illusion, wisdom and ignorance, sin and sinner. Everyone is in search of happiness. Everyone strives desperately. Everyone is a yogi and his life a school of wisdom. Each learns his own way the lessons he needs. Society approves of some, disapproves of others. There are no rules that apply everywhere and for all time. In my world, love is the only law. I do not ask for love, I give it. Such is my nature. Q. I see you living your life according to a pattern. You run a meditation class in the morning, lecture and have discussions regularly. Twice daily there is worship, puja, and religious singing, bhajan. In the evening, you seem to adhere to the routine scrupulously. The worship and the singing are as I found them, and I saw no reason to interfere. The general routine is according to the wishes of the people with whom I happen to live or who come to listen. They are working people, with many obligations, and the timings are for their convenience. Some repetitive routine is inevitable. Even animals and plants have their timetables. Q. Yes. We see a regular sequence in all life. Who maintains the order? Is there an inner ruler who lays down laws and enforces order? M. Everything moves according to its nature. Where is the need of a policeman? Every action creates a reaction, which balances and neutralizes the action. Everything happens, but there is a continuous cancelling out, and in the end it is as if nothing happened. Q. Do not console me with final harmonies. The accounts tally, but the loss is mine. M. Wait and see. You may end up with a profit good enough to justify the outlays. Q. There is a long life behind me, and I often wonder whether its many events took place by accident, or there was a plan. Was there a pattern laid down before I was born by which I had to live my life? If yes, who made the plans and who enforced them? Could there be deviations and mistakes? Some say destiny is immutable and every second of life is predetermined. Others say that pure accident decides everything. M. You can have it as you like. You can distinguish in your life a pattern or see merely a chain of accidents. Explanations are meant to please the mind. They need not be true. Reality is indefinable and indescribable. Q. Sir, you are escaping my question. I want to know how you look at it. Wherever we look, we find structure of unbelievable intelligence and beauty. How can I believe that the universe is formless and chaotic? Your world, the world in which you live, may be formless, but it need not be chaotic. M. The objective universe has structure, is orderly and beautiful. Nobody can deny it. But structure and pattern imply constraint and compulsion. My world is absolutely free. Everything in it is self-determined. Therefore I keep on saying that all happens by itself. There is order in my world too, but it is not imposed from outside. It comes spontaneously and immediately, because of its timelessness. Perfection is not in the future. It is now. Q. Does your world affect mine? M. At one point only, at the point of the now. It gives it momentary being, a fleeting sense of reality. In full awareness the contact is established. It needs effortless, unself-conscious attention. Q. Is not attention an attitude of mind? M. Yes. When the mind is eager for reality, it gives attention. There is nothing wrong with your world. It is your thinking yourself to be separate from it that creates disorder. Selfishness is the source of all evil. Q. I am coming back to my question. Before I was born, did my inner self decide the details of my life? Or was it entirely accidental and at the mercy of heredity and circumstances? M. Those who claim to have selected their father and mother and decided how they are going to live their next life may know for themselves. I know for myself. I was never born. Q. I see you sitting in front of me and replying my questions. M. You see the body only which, of course, was born and will die. Q. It is the life story of thus body mind that I am interested in. Was it laid down by you or somebody else? Or did it happen accidentally? M. There is a catch in your very question. I make no distinction between the body and the universe. Each is the cause of the other. Each is the other, in truth. But I am out of it all. When I am telling you that I was never born, why go on asking me what were my preparations for the next birth? The moment you allow your imagination to spin, it at once spins out a universe. It is not at all as you imagine, and I am not bound by your imaginings. Q. It requires intelligence and energy to build and maintain a living body. Where do they come from? M. There is only imagination. The intelligence and power are all used up in your imagination. It has absorbed you so completely that you just cannot grasp how far from reality you have wandered. No doubt imagination is richly creative. Universe within universe are built on it. Yet they are all in space and time, past and future, which just do not exist. Q. I have read recently a report about a little girl who was very cruelly handled in her early childhood. She was badly mutilated and disfigured and grew up in an orphanage, completely estranged from its surroundings. This little girl was quiet and obedient, but completely indifferent. One of the nuns who were looking after the children was convinced that the girl was not mentally retarded, but merely withdrawn, irresponsive. A psychoanalyst was asked to take up the case, and for full 2 years he would see the child once a week and try to break the wall of isolation. She was docile and well behaved, but would give no attention to her doctor. He brought her a toy house, with rooms and movable furniture and dolls representing father, mother and their children. It brought out a response. The girl got interested. One day the old hurts revived and came to the surface. Gradually she recovered. A number of operations brought back her face and body to normal, and she grew into an efficient and attractive young woman. It took the doctor more than 5 years, but the work was done. He was a real guru. He did not put down conditions nor talk about readiness and eligibility. Without faith, without hope, out of love only, he tried and tried again. M. Yes, that is the nature of a guru. He will never give up. But, to succeed, he must not be met with too much resistance. Doubt and disobedience necessarily delay. Given confidence and pliability, he can bring about a radical change in the disciple speedily. Deep insight in the guru and earnestness in the disciple, both are needed. Whatever was her condition, the girl in your story suffered for lack of earnestness in people. The most difficult are the intellectuals. They talk a lot, but are not serious. What you call realization is a natural thing. When you are ready, your guru will be waiting. Sadhana is effortless. When the relationship with your teacher is right, you grow. Above all, trust him. He cannot mislead you. Q. even when he asks me to do something patently wrong. Do it. A sannyasi had been asked by his guru to marry. He obeyed and suffered bitterly. But his 4 children were all saints and seers, the greatest in Maharashtra. Be happy with whatever comes from your guru and you will grow to perfection without striving. Q. Sir, have you any wants or wishes? Can I do anything for you? What can you give me that I do not have? Material things are needed for contentment, but I am contented with myself. What else do I need? Q. Surely, when you are hungry you need food, and when sick you need medicine. Hunger brings the food and illness brings the medicine. It is all nature's work. Q. If I bring something I believe you need, will you accept it? The love that made you offer will make me accept. Q. If somebody offers to build you a beautiful ashram, let him, by all means. Let him spend a fortune, employ hundreds, feed thousands. Q. Is it not a desire? Not at all. I am only asking him to do it properly, not stingily, half-heartedly. He is fulfilling his own desire, not mine. Let him do it well and be famous among men and gods. Q. But do you want it? I do not want it. Q. Will you accept it? I don't need it. Q. Will you stay in it? If I am compelled. Q. What can compel you? Love of those who are in search of light. Yes, I see your point. Now, how am I to go into samadhi? If you are in the right state, whatever you see will put you into samadhi. After all, samadhi is nothing unusual. When the mind is intensely interested, it becomes one with the object of interest. The seer and the seen become one in seeing. The hearer and the heard become one in hearing. The lover and the loved become one in loving. Every experience can be the ground for samadhi. Q. Are you always in a state of samadhi? Of course not. Samadhi is a state of mind. After all, I am beyond all experience, even of samadhi. I am the great devourer and destroyer. Whatever I touch dissolves into void. Akash. Q. I need samadhis for self-realization. You have all the self-realization you need, but you do not trust it. Have courage. Trust yourself. Go. Talk. Act. Give it a chance to prove itself. With some, realization comes imperceptibly, but somehow they need convincing. They have changed, but they do not notice it. Such non-spectacular cases are often the most reliable. Q. Can one believe himself to be realized and be mistaken? Of course. The very idea I am self-realized is a mistake. There is no I am this. I am that in the natural state. 62. In the Supreme the witness appears. Questioner. Some 40 years ago J. Krishnamurti said that there is life only and all talk of personalities and individualities has no foundation in reality. He did not attempt to describe life. He merely said that while life need not and cannot be described, it can be fully experienced, if the obstacles to its being experienced are removed. The main hindrance lies in our idea of, and addiction to, time, in our habit of anticipating a future in the light of the past. The sum total of the past becomes the I was. The hoped for future becomes the I shall be, and life is a constant effort of crossing over from what I was to what I shall be. The present moment, the now, is lost sight of. Maharaj speaks of I am. Is it an illusion, like I was and I shall be? Or is there something real about it? And if the I am too is an illusion, how does one free oneself from it? The very notion of I am free of I am is an absurdity. Is there something real, something lasting about the I am in distinction from the I was, or I shall be, which change with time, as added memories create new expectations? Maharaj, the present I am is as false as the I was and I shall be. It is merely an idea in the mind, an impression left by memory, and the separate identity it creates is false. This habit of referring to a false center must be done away with. The notion I see, I feel, I think, I do, must disappear from the field of consciousness. What remains when the false is no more, is real. Q. What is this big talk about elimination of the self? How can the self eliminate itself? What kind of metaphysical acrobatics can lead to the disappearance of the acrobat? In the end he will reappear, mightily proud of his disappearing. M. You need not chase the I am to kill it. You cannot. All you need is a sincere longing for reality. We call it Atma Bhakti, the love of the Supreme, or Moksha Sankalpa, the determination to be free from the false. Without love, and will inspired by love, nothing can be done. Merely talking about reality without doing anything about it is self-defeating. There must be love in the relation between the person who says I am and the observer of that I am. As long as the observer, the inner self, the higher self, considers himself apart from the observed, the lower self despises it and condemns it, the situation is hopeless. It is only when the observer, Vyakta, accepts the person, Vyakti, as a projection or manifestation of himself, and, so to say, takes the self into the self. The duality of I and this goes, and in the identity of the outer and the inner the supreme reality manifests itself. This union of the seer and the seen happens when the seer becomes conscious of himself as the seer. He is not merely interested in the seen, which he is anyhow, but also interested in being interested, giving attention to attention, aware of being aware. Affectionate awareness is the crucial factor that brings reality into focus. Q. According to the Theosophists and allied occultists, man consists of three aspects: personality, individuality and spirituality. Beyond spirituality lies divinity. The personality is strictly temporary and valid for one birth only. It begins with the birth of the body and ends with the birth of the next body. Once over, it is over for good. nothing remains of it except a few sweet or bitter lessons. The individuality begins with the animal man and ends with the fully human. The split between the personality and individuality is characteristic of our present-day humanity. On one side, the individuality with its longing for the true, the good and the beautiful. On the other side, an ugly struggle between habit and ambition, fear and greed, passivity and violence. The spirituality aspect is still in abeyance. It cannot manifest itself in an atmosphere of duality. Only when the personality is reunited with the individuality and becomes a limited, perhaps, but true expression of it, that the light and love and beauty of the spiritual will come into their own. You teach of the Vyakti, Vyakta, Avyakta, observer, observed and ground of observation. Does it tally with the other view? Yes. When the Vyakti realizes its non-existence and separation from the Vyakta, and the Vyakta sees the Vyakti as his own expression, then the peace and silence of the Avyakta state come into being. In reality, the three are one. The Vyakta and the Avyakta are inseparable, while the Vyakti is the sensing, feeling, thinking process, based on the body made of and fed by the five elements. Q. What is the relation between the Vyakta and the Avyakta? M. How can there be relation when they are one? All talk of separation and relation is due to the distorting and corrupting influence of I am the body idea. The outer self, Vyakti, is merely a projection on the body-mind of the inner self, Vyakta, which again is only an expression of the Supreme Self, Avyakta, which is all and none. Q. There are teachers who will not talk of the higher self and lower self. They address the man as if only the lower self existed. Neither Buddha nor Christ ever mentioned a higher self. J. Krishnamurti too fights shy of any mention of the higher self. Why is it so? M. How can there be two selves in one body? The I am is one. There is no higher I am and lower I am. All kinds of states of mind are presented to awareness and there is self-identification with them. The objects of observation are not what they appear to be and the attitudes they are met with are not what they need be. If you think that Buddha, Christ or Krishnamurti speak to the person, you are mistaken. They know well that the Vyakti, the outer self, is but a shadow of the Vyakta, the inner self, and they address and admonish the Vyakta only. They tell him to give attention to the outer self, to guide and help it, to feel responsible for it. In short, to be fully aware of it. Awareness comes from the Supreme and pervades the inner self. The so-called outer self is only that part of one's being of which one is not aware. One may be conscious, for every being is conscious, but one is not aware. What is included in awareness becomes the inner and partakes of the inner. You may put it differently. The body defines the outer self, consciousness the inner, and in pure awareness the Supreme is contacted. Q. You said the body defines the outer self. Since you have a body, do you have also an outer self? M. I would. Were I attached to the body and take it to be myself. Q. But you are aware of it and attend to its needs. M. The contrary is nearer to truth. The body knows me and is aware of my needs. But neither is really so. This body appears in your mind. In my mind nothing is. Q. Do you mean to say you are quite unconscious of having a body? M. On the contrary, I am conscious of not having a body. Q. I see you smoking. M. Exactly so. You see me smoking. Find out for yourself how did you come to see me smoking, and you will easily realize that it is your I am the body state of mind that is responsible for this I see you smoking idea. Q. There is the body and there is myself. I know the body. Apart from it, what am I? M. There is no I apart from the body, nor the world. The three appear and disappear together. At the root is the sense I am. Go beyond it. The idea, I am not the body, is merely an antidote to the idea I am the body, which is false. What is that I am? Unless you know yourself, what else can you know? Q. From what you say I conclude that without the body there can be no liberation. If the idea, I am not the body, leads to liberation, the presence of the body is essential. M. Quite right. Without the body, how can the idea, I am not the body, come into being? The idea I am free is as false as the idea I am in bondage. Find out the I am common to both and go beyond. Q. All is a dream only. M. All are mere words. Of what use are they to you? You are entangled in the web of verbal definitions and formulations. Go beyond your concepts and ideas. In the silence of desire and thought the truth is found. Q. One has to remember not to remember. What a task. M. It cannot be done. Of course. It must happen. But it does happen when you truly see the need of it. Again, earnestness is the golden key. Q. At the back of my mind there is a hum going on all the time. Numerous weak thoughts swarm and buzz, and this shapeless cloud is always with me. Is it the same with you? What is at the back of your mind? M. Where there is no mind, there is no back to it. I am all front, no back. The void speaks. The void remains. Q. Is there no memory left? M. No memory of past pleasure or pain is left. Each moment is newly born. Q. Without memory you cannot be conscious. M. Of course I am conscious, and fully aware of it. I am not a block of wood. Compare consciousness and its content to a cloud. You are inside the cloud. While I look at, you are lost in it, hardly able to see the tips of your fingers. While I see the cloud and many other clouds and the blue sky too, and the sun, the moon, the stars. Reality is one for both of us. But for you it is a prison and for me it is a home. Q. You spoke of the person, Vyakti, the witness Vyakta, and the Supreme, Avyakta. Which comes first? M. In the Supreme the witness appears. The witness creates the person and thinks itself as separate from it. The witness sees that the person appears in consciousness, which again appears in the witness. This realization of the basic unity is the working of the Supreme. It is the power behind the witness, the source from which all flows. It cannot be contacted unless there is unity and love and mutual help between the person and the witness. Unless the doing is in harmony with the being and the knowing. The Supreme is both the source and the fruit of such harmony. As I talk to you, I am in the state of detached but affectionate awareness Turiya. When this awareness turns upon itself, you may call it the Supreme State, Turiya. But the fundamental reality is beyond awareness, beyond the three states of becoming, being and not being. Q. How is it that here my mind is engaged in high topics and finds dwelling on them easy and pleasant? When I return home I find myself forgetting all I'll have learnt here, worrying and fretting, unable to remember my real nature even for a moment. What may be the cause? M. It is your childishness you are returning to. You are not fully grown up. There are levels left undeveloped because unattended. Just give full attention to what in you is crude and primitive, unreasonable and unkind, altogether childish, and you will ripen. It is the maturity of heart and mind that is essential. It comes effortlessly when the main obstacle is removed. Inattention and awareness. In awareness you grow. 63. Notion of Doership is bondage. Questioner. We have been staying at the Satya Sai Baba ashram for some time. We have also spent 2 months at Sri Ramanashram at Tiruvannamalai. Now we are on our way back to the United States. Maharaj, did India cause any change in you? Q. We feel we have shed our burden. Sri Satya Sai Baba told us to leave everything to him and just live from day to day as righteously as possible. Be good and leave the rest to me. He used to tell us. M. What were you doing at the Sri Ramanashram? Q. We were going on with the mantra given to us by the Guru. We also did some meditation. There was not much of thinking or study. We were just trying to keep quiet. We are on the bhakti path and rather poor in philosophy. We have not much to think about. Just trust our Guru and live our lives. M. Most of the Bhaktas trust their Guru only as long as all is well with them. When troubles come, they feel let down and go out in search of another Guru. Q. Yes. We were warned against this danger. We are trying to take the hard along with the soft. The feeling, all is grace, must be very strong. A sadhu was walking eastwards, from where a strong wind started blowing. The sadhu just turned round and walked west. We hope to live just like that, adjusting ourselves to circumstances as sent us by our Guru. M. There is only life. There is nobody who lives a life. Q. That we understand. Yet constantly we make attempts to live our lives instead of just living. Making plans for the future seems to be an inveterate habit with us. M. Whether you plan or don't, life goes on. But in life itself a little whirl arises in the mind. which indulges in fantasies and imagines itself dominating and controlling life. Life itself is desireless, but the false self wants to continue pleasantly. Therefore it is always engaged in ensuring one's continuity. Life is unafraid and free, as long as you have the idea of influencing events. Liberation is not for you. The very notion of doership, of being a cause, is bondage. Q. How can we overcome the duality of the doer and the done? Contemplate life as infinite, undivided, ever-present, ever-active, until you realize yourself as one with it. It is not even very difficult, for you will be returning only to your own natural condition. Once you realize that all comes from within, that the world in which you live has not been projected onto you but by you, your fear comes to an end. Without this realization you identify yourself with the externals, like the body, mind, society, nation, humanity, even God or the Absolute. But these are all escapes from fear. It is only when you fully accept your responsibility for the little world in which you live and watch the process of its creation, preservation and destruction, that you may be free from your imaginary bondage. Q. Why should I imagine myself so wretched? M. You do it by habit only. Change your ways of feeling and thinking. Take stock of them and examine them closely. You are in bondage by inadvertence. Attention liberates. You are taking so many things for granted. Begin to question. The most obvious things are the most doubtful. Ask yourself such questions as, was I really born? Am I really so and so? How do I know that I exist? Who are my parents? Have they created me? Or have I created them? Must I believe all I am told about myself? Who am I? Anyhow, you have put so much energy into building a prison for yourself. Now spend as much on demolishing it. In fact, demolition is easy, for the false dissolves when it is discovered. All hangs on the idea I am. Examine it very thoroughly. It lies at the root of every trouble. It is a sort of skin that separates you from the reality. The real is both within and without the skin. But the skin itself is not real. This I am idea was not born with you. You could have lived very well without it. It came later due to your self-identification with the body. It created an illusion of separation where there was none. It made you a stranger in your own world and made the world alien and inimical. Without the sense of I am, life goes on. There are moments when we are without the sense of I am, at peace and happy. With the return of the I am, trouble starts. Q. How is one to be free from the I sense? M. You must deal with the I sense if you want to be free of it. Watch it in operation and at peace. How it starts and when it ceases. What it wants and how it gets it. Till you see clearly and understand fully. After all the yogas, whatever their source and character, have only one aim: to save you from the calamity of separate existence, of being a meaningless dot in a vast and beautiful picture. You suffer because you have alienated yourself from reality and now you seek an escape from this alienation. You cannot escape from your own obsessions. you can only cease nursing them. It is because the I am is false that it wants to continue. Reality need not continue, knowing itself indestructible. It is indifference to the destruction of forms and expressions. To strengthen and stabilize the I am we do all sorts of things, all in vain. For the I am is being rebuilt from moment to moment. It is unceasing work, and the only radical solution is to dissolve the separative sense of I am such and such person once and for good. Being remains, but not self-being. Q. I have definite spiritual ambitions. Must I not work for their fulfillment? M. No ambition is spiritual. All ambitions are for the sake of the I am. If you want to make real progress, you must give up all idea of personal attainment. The ambitions of the so-called yogis are preposterous. A man's desire for a woman is innocence itself compared to the lusting for an everlasting personal bliss. The mind is a cheat. The more pious it seems, the worse the betrayal. Q. People come to you very often with their worldly troubles and ask for help. How do you know what to tell them? M. I just tell them what comes to my mind at the moment. I have no standardized procedure in dealing with people. Q. You are sure of yourself. But when people come to me for advice, how am I to be sure that my advice is right? M. Watch in what state you are. From what level you talk. If you talk from the mind, you may be wrong. If you talk from full insight into the situation, with your own mental habits in abeyance, your advice may be a true response. The main point is to be fully aware that neither you nor the man in front of you are mere bodies. If your awareness is clear and full, a mistake is less probable. 64. Whatever pleases you, keeps you back. Questioner. I am a retired chartered accountant and my wife is engaged in social work for poor women. Our son is leaving for the United States and we came to see him off. We are Punjabis but we live in Delhi. We have a guru of the Radha Somi faith and we value satsang highly. We feel very fortunate to be brought here. We have met many holy people and we are glad to meet one more. Maharaj, you have met many anchorites and ascetics, but a fully realized man conscious of his divinity, Swarupa, is hard to find. The saints and yogis, by immense efforts and sacrifices, acquire many miraculous powers and can do much good in the way of helping people and inspiring faith. Yet it does not make them perfect. It is not a way to reality, but merely an enrichment of the false. All effort leads to more effort. Whatever was built up must be maintained. Whatever was acquired must be protected against decay or loss. Whatever can be lost is not really one's own. And what is not your own, of what use can it be to you? In my world nothing is pushed about. All happens by itself. All existence is in space and time, limited and temporary. He who experiences existence is also limited and temporary. I am not concerned either with what exists or with who exists. I take my stand beyond, where I am both and neither. The persons who, after much effort and penance, have fulfilled their ambitions and secured higher levels of experience and action, are usually acutely conscious of their standing. They grade people into hierarchies, ranging from the lowest non-achiever to the highest achiever. To me, all are equal. Differences in appearance and expression are there, but they do not matter. Just as the shape of a gold ornament does not affect the gold, so does man's essence remain unaffected. Where this sense of equality is lacking, it means that reality had not been touched. Mere knowledge is not enough. The knower must be known. The pandits and the yogis may know many things, but of what use is mere knowledge when the self is not known? It will be certainly misused. Without the knowledge of the knower there can be no peace. Q. How does one come to know the knower? M. I can only tell you what I know from my own experience. When I met my guru, he told me, "You are not what you take yourself to be. Find out what you are. Watch the sense I am. Find your real self." I obeyed him, because I trusted him. I did as he told me. All my spare time I would spend looking at myself in silence. And what a difference it made, and how soon. It took me only 3 years to realize my true nature. My guru died soon after I met him, but it made no difference. I remembered what he told me and persevered. The fruit of it is here, with me. Q. What is it? M. I know myself as I am in reality. I am neither the body, nor the mind, nor the mental faculties. I am beyond all these. Q. Are you just nothing? M. Come on. Be reasonable. Of course I am. Most tangibly. Only I am not what you may think me to be. This tells you all. Q. It tells me nothing. M. Because it cannot be told. You must gain your own experience. You are accustomed to deal with things, physical and mental. I am not a thing, nor are you. We are neither matter nor energy, neither body nor mind. Once you have a glimpse of your own being, you will not find me difficult to understand. We believe in so many things on hearsay. We believe in distant lands and people, in heavens and hells, in gods and goddesses, because we were told. Similarly, we were told about ourselves, our parents, name, position, duties and so on. We never cared to verify. The way to truth lies through the destruction of the false. To destroy the false, you must question your most inveterate beliefs. Of these, the idea that you are the body is the worst. With the body comes the world. With the world, God, who is supposed to have created the world, and thus it starts. Fears, religions, prayers, sacrifices, all sorts of systems, all to protect and support the child man, frightened out of his wits by monsters of his own making. Realize that what you are cannot be born nor die, and with the fear gone all suffering ends. What the mind invents, the mind destroys. But the real is not invented and cannot be destroyed. Hold on to that over which the mind has no power. What I am telling you about is neither in the past nor in the future. nor is it in the daily life as it flows in the now. It is timeless, and the total timelessness of it is beyond the mind. My Guru and his words, "You are myself," are timelessly with me. In the beginning I had to fix my mind on them, but now it has become natural and easy. The point when the mind accepts the words of the Guru as true and lives by them spontaneously and in every detail of daily life is the threshold of realization. In a way it is salvation by faith, but the faith must be intense and lasting. However, you must not think that faith itself is enough. Faith expressed in action is a sure means to realization. Of all the means it is the most effective. There are teachers who deny faith and trust reason only. Actually it is not faith they deny, but blind beliefs. Faith is not blind. It is the willingness to try. We were told that of all forms of spiritual practices the practice of the attitude of a mere witness is the most efficacious. How does it compare with faith? The witness attitude is also faith. It is faith in oneself. You believe that you are not what you experience and you look at everything as from a distance. There is no effort in witnessing. You understand that you are the witness only and the understanding acts. You need nothing more. Just remember that you are the witness only. If in the state of witnessing you ask yourself, "Who am I?" the answer comes at once, though it is wordless and silent. Cease to be the object and become the subject of all that happens. Once having turned within, you will find yourself beyond the subject. When you have found yourself, you will find that you are also beyond the object, that both the subject and the object exist in you, but you are neither. You speak of the mind, of the witnessing consciousness beyond the mind and of the supreme, which is beyond awareness. Do you mean to say that even awareness is not real? As long as you deal in terms, real, unreal, awareness is the only reality that can be. But the Supreme is beyond all distinctions and to it the term real does not apply. For in it all is real and, therefore, need not be labeled as such. It is the very source of reality. It imparts reality to whatever it touches. It just cannot be understood through words. Even a direct experience, however sublime, merely bears testimony, nothing more. But who creates the world? The universal mind, Chitakash, makes and unmakes everything. The Supreme, Paramakash, imparts reality to whatever comes into being. To say that it is the universal love may be the nearest we can come to it in words. Just like love, it makes everything real, beautiful, desirable. Why desirable? Why not? Wherefrom come all the powerful attractions that make all created things respond to each other, that bring people together, if not from the Supreme. Shun not desire. See only that it flows into the right channels. Without desire you are dead, but with low desires you are a ghost. What is the experience which comes nearest to the Supreme? Immense peace and boundless love. Realize that whatever there is true, noble and beautiful in the universe. It all comes from you. That you yourself are at the source of it. The gods and goddesses that supervise the world may be most wonderful and glorious beings. Yet they are like the gorgeously dressed servants who proclaim the power and the riches of their master. Q. How does one reach the supreme state? M. By renouncing all lesser desires. As long as you are pleased with the lesser, you cannot have the highest. Whatever pleases you, keeps you back, until you realize the unsatisfactoriness of everything, its transiency and limitation, and collect your energies in one great longing. Even the first step is not made. On the other hand, the integrity of the desire for the Supreme is by itself a call from the Supreme. Nothing, physical or mental, can give you freedom. You are free once you understand that your bondage is of your own making and you cease forging the chains that bind you. Q. How does one find the faith in a guru? M. To find the guru and also the trust in him is rare luck. It does not happen often. Q. Is it destiny that ordains? M. Calling it destiny explains little. When it happens you cannot say why it happens and you merely cover up your ignorance by calling it karma or grace, or the will of God. Q. Krishnamurti says that guru is not needed. M. Somebody must tell you about the supreme reality and the way that leads to it. Krishnamurti is doing nothing else. In a way he is right. Most of the so-called disciples do not trust their gurus. They disobey them and finally abandon them. For such disciples it would have been infinitely better if they had no guru at all and just looked within for guidance. To find a living guru is a rare opportunity and a great responsibility. One should not treat these matters lightly. You people are out to buy yourself the heaven and you imagine that the guru will supply it for a price. You seek to strike a bargain by offering little but asking much. You cheat nobody except yourselves. Q. You were told by your guru that you are the supreme and you trusted him and acted on it. What gave you this trust? M. Say, I was just reasonable. It would have been foolish to distrust him. What interest could he possibly have in misleading me? Q. You told a questioner that we are the same, that we are equals. I cannot believe it. Since I do not believe it, of what use is your statement to me? M. Your disbelief does not matter. My words are true and they will do their work. This is the beauty of noble company. Satsang. Q. Just sitting near you, can it be considered spiritual practice? M. Of course. The river of life is flowing. Some of its water is here, but so much of it has already reached its goal. You know only the present. I see much further into the past and future, into what you are and what you can be. I cannot but see you as myself. It is in the very nature of love to see no difference. Q. How can I come to see myself as you see me? M. It is enough if you do not imagine yourself to be the body. It is the I am the body idea that is so calamitous. It blinds you completely to your real nature. Even for a moment do not think that you are the body. Give yourself no name. no shape. In the darkness and the silence reality is found. Q. Must not I think with some conviction that I am not the body? Where am I to find such conviction? M. Behave as if you were fully convinced and the confidence will come. What is the use of mere words? A formula, a mental pattern will not help you. But unselfish action, free from all concern with the body and its interests, will carry you into the very heart of reality. Q. Where am I to get the courage to act without conviction? M. Love will give you the courage. When you meet somebody wholly admirable, love-worthy, sublime, your love and admiration will give you the urge to act nobly. Q. Not everybody knows to admire the admirable. Most of the people are totally insensitive. M. Life will make them appreciate. The very weight of accumulated experience will give them eyes to see. When you meet a worthy man, you will love and trust him and follow his advice. This is the role of the realized people. To set an example of perfection for others to admire and love. Beauty of life and character is a tremendous contribution to the common good. Q. Must we not suffer to grow? M. It is enough to know that there is suffering, that the world suffers. By themselves neither pleasure nor pain enlighten, only understanding does. Once you have grasped the truth that the world is full of suffering, that to be born is a calamity, you will find the urge and the energy to go beyond it. Pleasure puts you to sleep and pain wakes you up. If you do not want to suffer, don't go to sleep. You cannot know yourself through bliss alone. For bliss is your very nature. You must face the opposite, what you are not, to find enlightenment. 65. A quiet mind is all you need. Questioner. I am not well. I feel rather weak. What am I to do? Maharaj. Who is unwell? You or the body? Q. My body, of course. M. Yesterday you felt well. What felt well? Q. The body. M. You were glad when the body was well and you are sad when the body is unwell. Who is glad one day and sad the next? Q. The mind. M. And who knows the variable mind? Q. The mind. M. The mind is the knower. Who knows the knower? Q. Does not the knower know itself? M. The mind is discontinuous. Again and again it blanks out, like in sleep or swoon, or distraction. There must be something continuous to register discontinuity. Q. The mind remembers. This stands for continuity. M. Memory is always partial, unreliable and evanescent. It does not explain the strong sense of identity pervading consciousness, the sense I am. Find out what is at the root of it. Q. However deeply I look, I find only the mind. Your words beyond the mind give me no clue. M. While looking with the mind, you cannot go beyond it. To go beyond, you must look away from the mind and its contents. Q. In what direction am I to look? M. All directions are within the mind. I am not asking you to look in any particular direction. Just look away from all that happens in your mind and bring it to the feeling I am. The I am is not a direction. It is the negation of all direction. Ultimately even the I am will have to go. For you need not keep on asserting what is obvious. Bringing the mind to the feeling I am merely helps in turning the mind away from everything else. Q. Where does it all lead me? M. When the mind is kept away from its preoccupations, it becomes quiet. If you do not disturb this quiet and stay in it, you find that it is permeated with a light and a love you have never known, and yet you recognize it at once as your own nature. Once you have passed through this experience, you will never be the same man again. The unruly mind may break its peace and obliterate its vision, but it is bound to return, provided the effort is sustained, until the day when all bonds are broken, delusions and attachments end and life becomes supremely concentrated in the present. Q. What difference does it make? M. The mind is no more. There is only love in action. Q. How shall I recognize this state when I reach it? M. There will be no fear. Q. Surrounded by a world full of mysteries and dangers, how can I remain unafraid? M. Your own little body too is full of mysteries and dangers, yet you are not afraid of it, for you take it as your own. What you do not know is that the entire universe is your body and you need not be afraid of it. You may say you have two bodies, the personal and the universal. The personal comes and goes. The universal is always with you. The entire creation is your universal body. You are so blinded by what is personal that you do not see the universal. This blindness will not end by itself. It must be undone skillfully and deliberately. When all illusions are understood and abandoned, you reach the error-free and perfect state in which all distinctions between the personal and the universal are no more. Q. I am a person and therefore limited in space and time. I occupy little space and last but a few moments. I cannot even conceive myself to be eternal and all-pervading. M. Nevertheless you are. As you dive deep into yourself in search of your true nature, you will discover that only your body is small and only your memory is short, while the vast ocean of life is yours. Q. The very words I and universal are contradictory. One excludes the other. M. They don't. The sense of identity pervades the universal. Search and you shall discover the universal person, who is yourself and infinitely more. Anyhow, begin by realizing that the world is in you, not you in the world. Q. How can it be? I am only a part of the world. How can the whole world be contained in the part, except by reflection, mirror-like? M. What you say is true. Your personal body is a part in which the whole is wonderfully reflected. But you have also a universal body. You cannot even say that you do not know it, because you see and experience it all the time. Only you call it the world and are afraid of it. Q. I feel I know my little body, while the other I do not know, except through science. M. Your little body is full of mysteries and wonders which you do not know. There also science is your only guide. Both anatomy and astronomy describe you. Q. Even if I accept your doctrine of the universal body as a working theory, in what way can I test it and of what use is it to me? M. Knowing yourself as the dweller in both the bodies, you will disown nothing. All the universe will be your concern. Every living thing you will love and help most tenderly and wisely. There will be no clash of interests between you and others. All exploitation will cease absolutely. Your every action will be beneficial. Every movement will be a blessing. Q. It is all very tempting. But how am I to proceed to realize my universal being? M. You have two ways. You can give your heart and mind to self-discovery, or you accept my words on trust and act accordingly. In other words, either you become totally self-concerned, or totally unself-concerned. It is the word totally that is important. You must be extreme to reach the supreme. Q. How can I aspire to such heights, small and limited as I am? M. Realize yourself as the ocean of consciousness in which all happens. This is not difficult. A little of attentiveness, of close observation of oneself, and you will see that no event is outside your consciousness. Q. The world is full of events which do not appear in my consciousness. M. Even your body is full of events which do not appear in your consciousness. This does not prevent you from claiming your body to be your own. You know the world exactly as you know your body through your senses. It is your mind that has separated the world outside your skin from the world inside and put them in opposition. This created fear and hatred and all the miseries of living. Q. What I do not follow is what you say about going beyond consciousness. I understand the words, but I cannot visualize the experience. After all, you yourself have said that all experience is in consciousness. M. You are right. There can be no experience beyond consciousness. Yet there is the experience of just being. There is a state beyond consciousness, which is not unconscious. Some call it superconsciousness, or pure consciousness, or supreme consciousness. It is pure awareness free from the subject-object nexus. Q. I have studied theosophy and I find nothing familiar in what you say. I admit theosophy deals with manifestation only. It describes the universe and its inhabitants in great details. It admits many levels of matter and corresponding levels of experience, but it does not seem to go beyond. What you say goes beyond all experience. If it is not experienceable, why at all talk about it? M. Consciousness is intermittent, full of gaps. Yet there is the continuity of identity. What is this sense of identity due to, if not to something beyond consciousness? Q. If I am beyond the mind, how can I change myself? M. Where is the need of changing anything? The mind is changing anyhow all the time. Look at your mind dispassionately. This is enough to calm it. When it is quiet, you can go beyond it. Do not keep it busy all the time. Stop it, and just be. If you give it rest, it will settle down and recover its purity and strength. Constant thinking makes it decay. Q. If my true being is always with me, how is it that I am ignorant of it? M. Because it is very subtle and your mind is gross, full of gross thoughts and feelings. Calm and clarify your mind and you will know yourself as you are. Q. Do I need the mind to know myself? M. You are beyond the mind, but you know with your mind. It is obvious that the extent, depth and character of knowledge depend on what instrument you use. Improve your instrument and your knowledge will improve. Q. To know perfectly I need a perfect mind. M. A quiet mind is all you need. All else will happen rightly, once your mind is quiet. As the sun on rising makes the world active, so does self-awareness affect changes in the mind. In the light of calm and steady self-awareness, inner energies wake up and work miracles without any effort on your part. Q. You mean to say that the greatest work is done by not working? M. Exactly. Do understand that you are destined for enlightenment. Cooperate with your destiny. Don't go against it. Don't thwart it. Allow it to fulfill itself. All you have to do is to give attention to the obstacles created by the foolish mind. 66. All search for happiness is misery? Questioner. I have come from England and I am on my way to Madras. There I shall meet my father and we shall go by car overland to London. I am to study psychology, but I do not yet know what I shall do when I get my degree. I may try industrial psychology or psychotherapy. My father is a general physician. I may follow the same line. But this does not exhaust my interests. There are certain questions which do not change with time. I understand you have some answers to such questions and this made me come to see you. Maharaj, I wonder whether I am the right man to answer your questions. I know little about things and people. I know only that I am. And that much you also know. We are equals. Q. Of course I know that I am. But I do not know what it means. M. What you take to be the I and the I am is not you. To know that you are is natural. To know what you are is the result of much investigation. You will have to explore the entire field of consciousness and go beyond it. For this you must find the right teacher and create the conditions needed for discovery. Generally speaking, there are two ways, external and internal. Either you live with somebody who knows the truth and submit yourself entirely to his guiding and molding influence. Or you seek the inner guide and follow the inner light wherever it takes you. In both cases your personal desires and fears must be disregarded. You learn either by proximity or by investigation, the passive or the active way. You either let yourself be carried by the river of life and love represented by your guru, or you make your own efforts, guided by your inner star. In both cases you must move on. You must be earnest. Rare are the people who are lucky to find somebody worthy of trust and love. Most of them must take the hard way. the way of intelligence and understanding, of discrimination and detachment. Viveka Viraja. This is the way open to all. Q. I am lucky to have come here, though I am leaving tomorrow. One talk with you may affect my entire life. M. Yes. Once you say I want to find truth, all your life will be deeply affected by it. All your mental and physical habits, feelings and emotions, desires and fears, plans and decisions will undergo a most radical transformation. Q. Once I have made up my mind to find the reality, what do I do next? M. It depends on your temperament. If you are earnest, whatever way you choose will take you to your goal. It is the earnestness that is the decisive factor. Q. What is the source of earnestness? M. It is the homing instinct, which makes the bird return to its nest and the fish to the mountain stream where it was born. The seed returns to the earth when the fruit is ripe. Ripeness is all. Q. And what will ripen me? Do I need experience? M. You already have all the experience you need, otherwise you would not have come here. You need not gather any more, rather you must go beyond experience. Whatever effort you make, whatever method, sadhana, you follow, will merely generate more experience, but will not take you beyond. Nor will reading books help you. They will enrich your mind, but the person you are will remain intact. If you expect any benefits from your search, material, mental or spiritual, you have missed the point. Truth gives no advantage. It gives you no higher status, no power over others. All you get is truth and the freedom from the false. Q. Surely truth gives you the power to help others. M. This is mere imagination, however noble. In truth you do not help others, because there are no others. You divide people into noble and ignoble and you ask the noble to help the ignoble. You separate, you evaluate, you judge and condemn. In the name of truth you destroy it. Your very desire to formulate truth denies it, because it cannot be contained in words. Truth can be expressed only by the denial of the false, in action. For this you must see the false as false, viveka, and reject it, viraja. Renunciation of the false is liberating and energizing. It lays open the road to perfection. Q. When do I know that I have discovered truth? M. When the idea this is true, that is true does not arise. Truth does not assert itself. It is in the seeing of the false as false and rejecting it. It is useless to search for truth. When the mind is blind to the false, it must be purged of the false completely before truth can dawn on it. Q. But what is false? M. Surely, what has no being is false. Q. What do you mean by having no being? The false is there, hard as a nail. M. What contradicts itself, has no being, or it has only momentary being, which comes to the same. 4. What has a beginning and an end has no middle. It is hollow. It has only the name and shape given to it by the mind. but it has neither substance nor essence. Q. If all that passes has no being, then the universe has no being either. M. Whoever denies it? Of course the universe has no being. Q. What has? M. That which does not depend for its existence, which does not arise with the universe arising, nor set with the universe setting, which does not need any proof, but imparts reality to all it touches. It is the nature of the false that it appears real for a moment. One could say that the true becomes the father of the false. But the false is limited in time and space and is produced by circumstances. Q. How am I to get rid of the false and secure the real? M. To what purpose? Q. In order to live a better, a more satisfactory life, integrated and happy. M. Whatever is conceived by the mind must be false, for it is bound to be relative and limited. The real is inconceivable and cannot be harnessed to a purpose. It must be wanted for its own sake. Q. How can I want the inconceivable? M. What else is there worth wanting? Granted, the real cannot be wanted, as a thing is wanted, but you can see the unreal as unreal and discard it. It is the discarding the false that opens the way to the true. Q. I understand, but how does it look in actual daily life? M. Self-interest and self-concern are the focal points of the false. Your daily life vibrates between desire and fear. Watch it intently and you will see how the mind assumes innumerable names and shapes, like a river foaming between the boulders. Trace every action to its selfish motive and look at the motive intently till it dissolves. Q. To live, one must look after oneself. One must earn money for oneself. M. You need not earn for yourself, but you may have to, for a woman and a child. You may have to keep on working for the sake of others. Even just to keep alive can be a sacrifice. There is no need whatsoever to be selfish. Discard every self-seeking motive as soon as it is seen and you need not search for truth. Truth will find you. Q. There is a minimum of needs. M. Were they not supplied since you were conceived? Give up the bondage of self-concern and be what you are. Intelligence and love in action. Q. But one must survive. M. You can't help surviving. The real you is timeless and beyond birth and death. And the body will survive as long as it is needed. It is not important that it should live long. A full life is better than a long life. Q. Who is to say what is a full life? It depends on my cultural background. M. If you seek reality, you must set yourself free of all backgrounds, of all cultures, of all patterns of thinking and feeling. Even the idea of being man or woman, or even human, should be discarded. The ocean of life contains all, not only humans. So, first of all, abandon all self-identification. Stop thinking of yourself as such and such, so and so, this or that. Abandon all self-concern. Worry not about your welfare, material or spiritual. Abandon every desire, gross or subtle. Stop thinking of achievement of any kind. You are complete here and now. You need absolutely nothing. It does not mean that you must be brainless and foolhardy, improvident or indifferent. Only the basic anxiety for oneself must go. You need some food, clothing and shelter for you and yours. But this will not create problems as long as greed is not taken for a need. Live in tune with things as they are and not as they are imagined. Q. What am I if not human? M. That which makes you think that you are a human is not human. It is but a dimensionless point of consciousness. A conscious nothing. All you can say about yourself is, I am. You are pure being. Awareness bliss. To realize that is the end of all seeking. You come to it when you see all you think yourself to be as mere imagination and stand aloof in pure awareness of the transient as transient, imaginary as imaginary, unreal as unreal. It is not at all difficult, but detachment is needed. It is the clinging to the false that makes the true so difficult to see. Once you understand that the false needs time and what needs time is false, you are nearer the reality, which is timeless, ever in the now. Eternity in time is mere repetitiveness, like the movement of a clock. It flows from the past into the future endlessly, an empty perpetuity. Reality is what makes the present so vital, so different from the past and future, which are merely mental. If you need time to achieve something, it must be false. The real is always with you. You need not wait to be what you are. Only you must not allow your mind to go out of yourself in search. When you want something, ask yourself, do I really need it? And if the answer is no, then just drop it. Q. Must I not be happy? I may not need a thing. Yet if it can make me happy, should I not grasp it? M. Nothing can make you happier than you are. All search for happiness is misery and leads to more misery. The only happiness worth the name is the natural happiness of conscious being. Q. Don't I need a lot of experience before I can reach such a higher level of awareness? M. Experience leaves only memories behind and adds to the burden which is heavy enough. You need no more experiences. The past ones are sufficient. And if you feel you need more, look into the hearts of people around you. You will find a variety of experiences which you would not be able to go through in 1,000 years. Learn from the sorrows of others and save yourself your own. It is not experience that you need, but the freedom from all experience. Don't be greedy for experience. You need none. Q. Don't you pass through experiences yourself? M. Things happen round me, but I take no part in them. An event becomes an experience only when I am emotionally involved. I am in a state which is complete, which seeks not to improve on itself. Of what use is experience to me? Q. One needs knowledge, education. M. To deal with things, knowledge of things is needed. To deal with people, you need insight, sympathy. To deal with yourself you need nothing. Be what you are, conscious being, and don't stray away from yourself. Q. University education is most useful. No doubt. It helps you to earn a living. But it does not teach you how to live. You are a student of psychology. It may help you in certain situations. But can you live by psychology? Life is worthy of the name only when it reflects reality in action. No university will teach you how to live so that when the time of dying comes, you can say, I lived well, I do not need to live again. Most of us die wishing we could live again. So many mistakes committed. So much left undone. Most of the people vegetate, but do not live. They merely gather experience and enrich their memory. But experience is the denial of reality, which is neither sensory nor conceptual, neither of the body, nor of the mind, though it includes and transcends both. But experience is most useful. By experience you learn not to touch a flame. I have told you already that knowledge is most useful in dealing with things. But it does not tell you how to deal with people and yourself. How to live a life. We are not talking of driving a car, or earning money. For this you need experience. But for being a light unto yourself, material knowledge will not help you. You need something much more intimate and deeper than mediate knowledge. To be yourself in the true sense of the word. Your outer life is unimportant. You can become a night watchman and live happily. It is what you are inwardly that matters. Your inner peace and joy you have to earn. It is much more difficult than earning money. No university can teach you to be yourself. The only way to learn is by practice. Right away begin to be yourself. Discard all you are not and go ever deeper. Just as a man digging a well discards what is not water, until he reaches the water-bearing strata, so must you discard what is not your own, till nothing is left which you can disown. You will find that what is left is nothing which the mind can hook onto. You are not even a human being. You just are. A point of awareness. Coextensive with time and space and beyond both. The ultimate cause. Itself uncaused. If you ask me, who are you? My answer would be, nothing in particular. Yet, I am. If you are nothing in particular, then you must be the universal. What is to be universal? Not as a concept, but as a way of life. Not to separate, not to oppose, but to understand and love whatever contacts you, is living universally. To be able to say truly, I am the world is me. I am at home in the world is my own. Every existence is my existence. Every consciousness is my consciousness. Every sorrow is my sorrow and every joy is my joy. This is universal life. Yet, my real being, and yours too, is beyond the universe and, therefore, beyond the categories of the particular and the universal. It is what it is. Totally self-contained and independent. I find it hard to understand. You must give yourself time to brood over these things. The old grooves must be erased in your brain, without forming new ones. You must realize yourself as the immovable, behind and beyond the movable, the silent witness of all that happens. Q. Does it mean that I must give up all idea of an active life? M. Not at all. There will be marriage, there will be children, there will be earning money to maintain a family. All this will happen in the natural course of events. For destiny must fulfill itself. You will go through it without resistance, facing tasks as they come, attentive and thorough, both in small things and big. But the general attitude will be of affectionate attachment, enormous goodwill, without expectation of return, constant giving without asking. In marriage you are neither the husband nor the wife. You are the love between the two. You are the clarity and kindness that makes everything orderly and happy. It may seem vague to you, but if you think a little, you will find that the mystical is most practical, for it makes your life creatively happy. Your consciousness is raised to a higher dimension, from which you see everything much clearer and with greater intensity. You realize that the person you became at birth and will cease to be at death is temporary and false. You are not the sensual, emotional and intellectual person, gripped by desires and fears. Find out your real being. What ML is the fundamental question of all philosophy and psychology. Go into it deeply. 67. Experience is not the real thing. Maharaj. The seeker is he who is in search of himself. Soon he discovers that his own body he cannot be. Once the conviction, I am not the body, becomes so well grounded that he can no longer feel, think and act for and on behalf of the body, he will easily discover that he is the universal being, knowing, acting, that in him and through him the entire universe is real, conscious and active. This is the heart of the problem. Either you are body conscious and a slave of circumstances, or you are the universal consciousness itself, and in full control of every event. Yet consciousness, individual or universal, is not my true abode. I am not in it. It is not mine. There is no me in it. I am beyond. Though it is not easy to explain how one can be neither conscious nor unconscious, but just beyond. I cannot say that I am in God or I am God. God is the universal light and love, the universal witness. I am beyond the universal even. Questioner: in that case you are without name and shape. What kind of being have you? M. I am what I am, neither with form nor formless, neither conscious nor unconscious. I am outside all these categories. Q. You are taking the needy, not this approach. M. You cannot find me by mere denial. I am as well everything, as nothing, nor both, nor either. These definitions apply to the Lord of the universe, not to me. Q. Do you intend to convey that you are just nothing? M. Oh, no. I am complete and perfect. I am the beingness of being, the knowingness of knowing, the fullness of happiness. You cannot reduce me to emptiness. Q. If you are beyond words, what shall we talk about? Metaphysically speaking, what you say holds together. There is no inner contradiction. but there is no food for me in what you say. It is so completely beyond my urgent needs. When I ask for bread, you are giving jewels. They are beautiful, no doubt, but I am hungry. It is not so. I am offering you exactly what you need, awakening. You are not hungry and you need no bread. You need cessation, relinquishing, disentanglement. What you believe you need is not what you need. Your real need I know, not you. You need to return to the state in which I am, your natural state. Anything else you may think of is an illusion and an obstacle. Believe me, you need nothing except to be what you are. You imagine you will increase your value by acquisition. It is like gold imagining that an addition of copper will improve it. Elimination and purification, renunciation of all that is foreign to your nature is enough. All else is vanity. It is easier said than done. A man comes to you with stomachache and you advise him to disgorge his stomach. Of course, without the mind there will be no problems. But the mind is there, most tangibly. It is the mind that tells you that the mind is there. Don't be deceived. All the endless arguments about the mind are produced by the mind itself, for its own protection, continuation and expansion. It is a blank refusal to consider the convolutions and convulsions of the mind that can take you beyond it. Sir, I am an humble seeker, while you are the supreme reality itself. Now the seeker approaches the Supreme in order to be enlightened. What does the Supreme do? Listen to what I keep on telling you and do not move away from it. Think of it all the time and of nothing else. Having reached that far, abandon all thoughts, not only of the world, but of yourself also. Stay beyond all thoughts, in silent being awareness. It is not progress, for what you come to is already there in you, waiting for you. So you say I should try to stop thinking and stay steady in the idea. I am. Yes. And whatever thoughts come to you in connection with the I am, empty them of all meaning. Pay them no attention. I happen to meet many young people coming from the West and I find that there is a basic difference when I compare them to the Indians. It looks as if their psyche, antakarana, is different. Concepts like self, reality, pure mind, universal consciousness the Indian mind grasps easily. They ring familiar. They taste sweet. The Western mind does not respond, or just rejects them. It concretizes and wants to utilize at once in the service of accepted values. These values are often personal, health, well-being, prosperity. Sometimes they are social, a better society, a happier life for all. All are connected with worldly problems, personal or impersonal. Another difficulty one comes across quite often in talking with the Westerners is that to them everything is experience, as they want to experience food, drink and women, art and travels. So do they want to experience yoga, realization and liberation. To them it is just another experience, to be had for a price. They imagine such experience can be purchased and they bargain about a cost. When one guru quotes too high, in terms of time and effort, they go to another, who offers installment terms, apparently very easy, but beset with unfulfillable conditions. It is the old story of not thinking of the grey monkey when taking the medicine. In this case it is not thinking of the world, abandoning all selfhood, extinguishing every desire, becoming perfect celibates, etc. Naturally there is vast cheating going on all levels and the results are nil. Some gurus in sheer desperation abandon all discipline, prescribe no conditions, advise effortlessness, naturalness, simply living in passive awareness, without any pattern of must and must not, and there are many disciples whose past experiences brought them to dislike themselves so badly that they just do not want to look at themselves. If they are not disgusted, they are bored. They have surfeit of self-knowledge. They want something else. Let them not think of themselves. If they do not like it, let them stay with the guru. Watch him. Think of him. Soon they will experience a kind of bliss, quite new, never experienced before, except, maybe, in childhood. The experience is so unmistakably new that it will attract their attention and create interest. Once the interest is roused, orderly application will follow. Q. These people are very critical and suspicious. They cannot be otherwise, having passed through much learning and much disappointment. On one hand they want experience, on the other they mistrust it. How to reach them? God alone knows. True insight and love will reach them. Q. When they have some spiritual experience, another difficulty arises. They complain that the experience does not last, that it comes and goes in a haphazard way. Having got hold of the lollipop, they want to suck it all the time. Experience, however sublime, is not the real thing. By its very nature it comes and goes. Self-realization is not an acquisition. It is more of the nature of understanding. Once arrived at, it cannot be lost. On the other hand, consciousness is changeful, flowing, undergoing transformation from moment to moment. Do not hold on to consciousness and its contents. Consciousness held ceases. To try to perpetuate a flash of insight or a burst of happiness is destructive of what it wants to preserve. What comes must go. The permanent is beyond all comings and goings. Go to the root of all experience, to the sense of being. Beyond being and not being lies the immensity of the real. Try and try again. Q. To try one needs faith. There must be the desire first. When the desire is strong, the willingness to try will come. You do not need assurance of success. When the desire is strong, you are ready to gamble. Q. Strong desire, strong faith. It comes to the same. These people do not trust either their parents or the society, or even themselves. All they touch turn to ashes. Give them one experience absolutely genuine, indubitable, beyond the argumentations of the mind, and they will follow you to the world's end. But I am doing nothing else. Tirelessly I draw their attention to the one incontrovertible factor, that of being. Being needs no proofs. It proves all else. If only they go deeply into the fact of being and discover the vastness and the glory to which the I am is the door, and cross the door and go beyond, their life will be full of happiness and light. Believe me, the effort needed is as nothing when compared with the discoveries arrived at. What you say is right. But these people have neither confidence nor patience. Even a short effort tires them. It is really pathetic to see them groping blindly and yet unable to hold on to the helping hand. They are such nice people fundamentally but totally bewildered. I tell them, you cannot have truth on your own terms. You must accept the conditions. To this they answer, some will accept the conditions and some will not. Acceptance or non-acceptance are superficial and accidental. Reality is in all. There must be a way for all to tread, with no conditions attached. There is such a way, open to all, on every level, in every walk of life. Everybody is aware of himself. The deepening and broadening of self-awareness is the royal way. Call it mindfulness, or witnessing, or just attention. It is for all. None is unripe for it and none can fail. But, of course, you must not be merely alert. Your mindfulness must include the mind also. Witnessing is primarily awareness of consciousness and its movements. 68. Seek the source of consciousness. Questioner: we were talking the other day about the ways of the modern Western mind and the difficulty it finds in submitting to the moral and intellectual discipline of the Vedanta. One of the obstacles lies in the young Europeans or Americans' preoccupation with the disastrous condition of the world and the urgent need of setting it right. They have no patience with people like you who preach personal improvement as a precondition for the betterment of the world. They say it is neither possible nor necessary. Humanity is ready for a change of systems. Social, economic, political. A world government, world police, world planning, and the abolition of all physical and ideological barriers. This is enough. No personal transformation is needed. No doubt. People shape society, but society shapes people too. In a humane society, people will be humane. Besides, science provides the answer to many questions which formerly were in the domain of religion. Maharaj, no doubt, striving for the improvement of the world is a most praiseworthy occupation. Done selflessly, it clarifies the mind and purifies the heart. But soon man will realize that he pursues a mirage. Local and temporary improvement is always possible and was achieved again and again under the influence of a great king or teacher. But it would soon come to an end, leaving humanity in a new cycle of misery. It is in the nature of all manifestation that the good and the bad follow each other and in equal measure. The true refuge is only in the unmanifested. Are you not advising escape? M. On the contrary, the only way to renewal lies through destruction. You must melt down the old jewelry into formless gold before you can mold a new one. Only the people who have gone beyond the world can change the world. It never happened otherwise. The few whose impact was long-lasting were all knowers of reality. Reach their level and then only talk of helping the world. Q. It is not the rivers and mountains that we want to help, but the people. M. There is nothing wrong with the world, but for the people who make it bad, go and ask them to behave. Q. Desire and fear make them behave as they do. M. Exactly. As long as human behavior is dominated by desire and fear, there is not much hope. And to know how to approach the people effectively, you must yourself be free of all desire and fear. Q. Certain basic desires and fears are inevitable, such as are connected with food, sex and death. M. These are needs and, as needs, they are easy to meet. Q. Even death is a need. M. Having lived a long and fruitful life, you feel the need to die. Only when wrongly applied. Desire and fear are destructive. By all means desire the right and fear the wrong. But when people desire what is wrong and fear what is right, they create chaos and despair. Q. What is right and what is wrong? M. Relatively. What causes suffering is wrong. What alleviates it is right. Absolutely. What brings you back to reality is right and what dims reality is wrong. Q. When we talk of helping humanity, we mean a struggle against disorder and suffering. M. You merely talk of helping. Have you ever helped? Really helped? A single man? Have you ever put one soul beyond the need of further help? Can you give a man character based on full realization of his duties and opportunities at least, if not on the insight into his true being? When you do not know what is good for yourself, how can you know what is good for others? Q. The adequate supply of means of livelihood is good for all. You may be God himself, but you need a well-fed body to talk to us. M. It is you that need my body to talk to you. I am not my body, nor do I need it. I am the witness only. I have no shape of my own. You are so accustomed to think of yourselves as bodies having consciousness that you just cannot imagine consciousness as having bodies. Once you realize that bodily existence is but a state of mind, a movement in consciousness, that the ocean of consciousness is infinite and eternal, and that, when in touch with consciousness, you are the witness only, you will be able to withdraw beyond consciousness altogether. Q. We are told there are many levels of existences. Do you exist and function on all the levels? While you are on earth, are you also in heaven? Swarga? Am nowhere to be found. I am not a thing to be given a place among other things. All things are in me, but I am not among things. You are telling me about the superstructure while I am concerned with the foundations. The superstructures rise and fall, but the foundations last. I am not interested in the transient, while you talk of nothing else. Q. Forgive me a strange question. If somebody with a razor-sharp sword would suddenly sever your head, what difference would it make to you? None whatsoever. The body will lose its head. Certain lines of communication will be cut. That is all. Two people talk to each other on the phone and the wire is cut. Nothing happens to the people. Only they must look for some other means of communication. The Bhagavad Gita says, the sword does not cut it. It is literally so. It is in the nature of consciousness to survive its vehicles. It is like fire. It burns up the fuel, but not itself. Just like a fire can outlast a mountain of fuel, so does consciousness survive innumerable bodies. Q. The fuel affects the flame. M. As long as it lasts. Change the nature of the fuel and the color and appearance of the flame will change. Now we are talking to each other. For this presence is needed. Unless we are present, we cannot talk. But presence by itself is not enough. There must also be the desire to talk. Above all, we want to remain conscious. We shall bear every suffering and humiliation, but we shall rather remain conscious. Unless we revolt against this craving for experience and let go the manifested altogether, there can be no relief. We shall remain trapped. Q. You say you are the silent witness and also you are beyond consciousness. Is there no contradiction in it? If you are beyond consciousness, what are you witnessing to? M. I am conscious and unconscious. Both conscious and unconscious. Neither conscious nor unconscious. To all this I am witness, but really there is no witness. Because there is nothing to be a witness to. I am perfectly empty of all mental formations. Void of mind. Yet fully aware. This I try to express by saying that I am beyond the mind. Q. How can I reach you then? M. Be aware of being conscious and seek the source of consciousness. That is all. Very little can be conveyed in words. It is the doing as I tell you that will bring light, not my telling you. The means do not matter much. It is the desire, the urge, the earnestness that count. 69. Transiency is proof of unreality. Questioner. My friend is a German and I was born in England from French parents. I am in India since over a year wandering from ashram to ashram. Maharaj. Any spiritual practices? Sadhanas? Q. Studies and meditation. M. What did you meditate on? Q. On what I read. M. Good. Q. What are you doing? Sir? M. Sitting. Q. And what else? M. Talking. Q. What are you talking about? M. Do you want a lecture? Better ask something that really touches you, so that you feel strongly about it. Unless you are emotionally involved, you may argue with me, but there will be no real understanding between us. If you say, nothing worries me, I have no problems, it is alright with me, we can keep quiet. But if something really touches you, then there is purpose in talking. Shall I ask you, what is the purpose of your moving from place to place? Q. To meet people. to try to understand them. What people are you trying to understand? What exactly are you after? Q. Integration. If you want integration, you must know whom you want to integrate. Q. By meeting people and watching them, one comes to know oneself also. It goes together. It does not necessarily go together. Q. One improves the other. It does not work that way. The mirror reflects the image, but the image does not improve the mirror. You are neither the mirror nor the image in the mirror, having perfected the mirror so that it reflects correctly. Truly, you can turn the mirror round and see in it a true reflection of yourself. True as far as the mirror can reflect. But the reflection is not yourself. You are the seer of the reflection. Do understand it clearly. Whatever you may perceive, you are not what you perceive. Q. I am the mirror and the world is the image. You can see both the image and the mirror. You are neither. Who are you? Don't go by formulas. The answer is not in words. The nearest you can say in words is, I am what makes perception possible. The life beyond the experiencer and his experience. Now, can you separate yourself both from the mirror and the image in the mirror and stand completely alone, all by yourself? Q. No, I cannot. How do you know that you cannot? There are so many things you are doing without knowing how to do it. You digest. You circulate your blood and lymph. You move your muscles. All without knowing how. In the same way, you perceive. You feel. You think without knowing the why and how of it. Similarly, you are yourself without knowing it. There is nothing wrong with you as the self. It is what it is to perfection. It is the mirror that is not clear and true and, therefore, gives you false images. You need not correct yourself. Only set right your idea of yourself. Learn to separate yourself from the image in the mirror. Keep on remembering, I am neither the mind nor its ideas. Do it patiently and with convictions and you will surely come to the direct vision of yourself as the source of being, knowing, loving, eternal, all-embracing, all-pervading. You are the infinite focused in a body. Now you see the body only. Try earnestly and you will come to see the infinite only. Q. The experience of reality, when it comes, does it last? All experience is necessarily transient, but the ground of all experience is immovable. Nothing that may be called an event will last. But some events purify the mind and some stain it. Moments of deep insight and all-embracing love purify the mind, while desires and fears, envies and anger, blind beliefs and intellectual arrogance pollute and dull the psyche. Q. Is self-realization so important? Without it you will be consumed by desires and fears, repeating themselves meaninglessly in endless suffering. Most of the people do not know that there can be an end to pain. But once they have heard the good news, obviously going beyond all strife and struggle is the most urgent task that can be. You know that you can be free and now it is up to you. Either you remain forever hungry and thirsty, longing, searching, grabbing, holding, ever losing and sorrowing, or go out wholeheartedly in search of the state of timeless perfection to which nothing can be added, from which nothing taken away. In it all desires and fears are absent, not because they were given up, but because they have lost their meaning. Q. So far I have been following you. Now, what am I expected to do? M. There is nothing to do. Just be. Do nothing. B. No climbing mountains and sitting in caves. I do not even say, be yourself, since you do not know yourself. Just be. Having seen that you are neither the outer world of perceivables, nor the inner world of thinkables, that you are neither body nor mind, just be. Q. Surely, there are degrees of realization. M. There are no steps to self-realization. There is nothing gradual about it. It happens suddenly and is irreversible. You rotate into a new dimension, scene from which the previous ones are mere abstractions. Just like on sunrise you see things as they are, so on self-realization you see everything as it is. The world of illusions is left behind. Q. In the state of realization do things change? They become colorful and full of meaning? M. The experience is quite right, but it is not the experience of reality, Sadanubhav, but of harmony Satvanubhav of the universe. Q. Nevertheless, there is progress. M. There can be progress only in the preparation. Sadhana realization is sudden. The fruit ripens slowly, but falls suddenly and without return. Q. I am physically and mentally at peace. What more do I need? M. Yours may not be the ultimate state. You will recognize that you have returned to your natural state by a complete absence of all desire and fear. After all, at the root of all desire and fear is the feeling of not being what you are. Just as a dislocated joint pains only as long as it is out of shape, and is forgotten as soon as it is set right, so is all self-concern a symptom of mental distortion which disappears as soon as one is in the normal state. Q. Yes. But what is the sadhana for achieving the natural state? M. Hold on to the sense I am to the exclusion of everything else. When thus the mind becomes completely silent, it shines with a new light and vibrates with new knowledge. It all comes spontaneously. You need only hold on to the I am. Just like emerging from sleep or a state of rapture, you feel rested and yet you cannot explain why and how you come to feel so well. In the same way on realization you feel complete, fulfilled, free from the pleasure-pain complex, and yet not always able to explain what happened, why and how. You can put it only in negative terms. Nothing is wrong with me any longer. It is only by comparison with the past that you know that you are out of it. Otherwise, you are just yourself. Don't try to convey it to others. If you can, it is not the real thing. Be silent and watch it expressing itself in action. Q. If you could tell me what I shall become, it may help me to watch over my development. M. How can anybody tell you what you shall become when there is no becoming? You merely discover what you are. All molding oneself to a pattern is a grievous waste of time. Think neither of the past nor of the future. Just be. Q. How can I just be? Changes are inevitable. M. Changes are inevitable in the changeful, but you are not subject to them. You are the changeless background, against which changes are perceived. Q. Everything changes. The background also changes. There is no need of a changeless background to notice changes. The self is momentary. It is merely the point where the past meets the future. M. Of course the self based on memory is momentary, but such self demands unbroken continuity behind it. You know from experience that there are gaps when your self is forgotten. What brings it back to life? What wakes you up in the morning? There must be some constant factor bridging the gaps in consciousness. If you watch carefully, you will find that even your daily consciousness is in flashes, with gaps intervening all the time. What is in the gaps? What can there be but your real being, that is timeless? Mind and mindlessness are one to it. Q. Is there any particular place you would advise me to go to for spiritual attainment? M. The only proper place is within. The outer world neither can help nor hinder. No system, no pattern of action will take you to your goal. Give up all working for a future. Concentrate totally on the now. Be concerned only with your response to every movement of life as it happens. Q. What is the cause of the urge to roam about? M. There is no cause. You merely dream that you roam about. In a few years your stay in India will appear as a dream to you. You will dream some other dream at that time. Do realize that it is not you who moves from dream to dream, but the dreams flow before you and you are the immutable witness. No happening affects your real being. This is the absolute truth. Q. Cannot I move about physically and keep steady inwardly? M. You can. But what purpose does it serve? If you are earnest, you will find that in the end you will get fed up with roaming and regret the waste of energy and time. To find yourself you need not take a single step. Q. Is there any difference between the experience of the self, Atman, and of the Absolute, Brahman? M. There can be no experience of the Absolute as it is beyond all experience. On the other hand, the self is the experiencing factor in every experience and thus, in a way, validates the multiplicity of experiences. The world may be full of things of great value, but if there is nobody to buy them, they have no price. The Absolute contains everything experienceable, but without the experience there is nothing. That which makes the experience possible is the Absolute. That which makes it actual is the self. Q. Don't we reach the Absolute through a gradation of experiences? Beginning with the grossest, we end with the most sublime. M. There can be no experience without desire for it. There can be gradation between desires, but between the most sublime desire and the freedom from all desire there is an abyss which must be crossed. The unreal may look real, but it is transient. The real is not afraid of time. Q. Is not the unreal the expression of the real? M. How can it be? It is like saying that truth expresses itself in dreams. To the real, the unreal is not. It appears to be real only because you believe in it, doubt it, and it ceases. When you are in love with somebody, you give it reality. You imagine your love to be all-powerful and everlasting. When it comes to an end, you say, I thought it was real, but it wasn't. Transiency is the best proof of unreality. What is limited in time and space, and applicable to one person only, is not real. The real is for all and forever. Above everything else you cherish yourself. You would accept nothing in exchange for your existence. The desire to be is the strongest of all desires and will go only on the realization of your true nature. Q. Even in the unreal there is a touch of reality. M. Yes. The reality you impart to it by taking it to be real. Having convinced yourself, you are bound by your conviction. When the sun shines, colors appear. When it sets, they disappear. Where are the colors without the light? Q. This is thinking in terms of duality. M. All thinking is in duality. In identity no thought survives. 70. God is the end of all desire and knowledge. Maharaj, where are you coming from? What have you come for? Questioner, I come from America and my friend is from the Republic of Ireland. I came about 6 months ago and I was traveling from ashram to ashram. My friend came on his own. M. What have you seen? Q. I have been at Sri Ramanashram and also I have visited Rishikesh. Can I ask you what is your opinion of Sri Ramana Maharshi? M. We are both in the same ancient state. But what do you know of Maharshi? You take yourself to be a name and a body. So all you perceive are names and bodies. Q. Were you to meet the Maharshi, what would happen? M. Probably we would feel quite happy. We may even exchange a few words. Q. But would he recognize you as a liberated man? M. Of course. As a man recognizes a man, so a jnani recognizes a jnani. You cannot appreciate what you have not experienced. You are what you think yourself to be, but you cannot think yourself to be what you have not experienced. Q. To become an engineer I must learn engineering. To become God, what must I learn? M. You must unlearn everything. God is the end of all desire and knowledge. Q. You mean to say that I become God merely by giving up the desire to become God? M. All desires must be given up, because by desiring you take the shape of your desires. When no desires remain, you revert to your natural state. Q. How do I come to know that I have achieved perfection? M. You cannot know perfection. You can know only imperfection. For knowledge to be, there must be separation and disharmony. You can know what you are not, but you can't not know your real being. You can be only what you are. The entire approach is through understanding, which is in the seeing of the false as false. But to understand, you must observe from outside. Q. The Vedantic concept of Maya, illusion, applies to the manifested. Therefore our knowledge of the manifested is unreliable. But we should be able to trust our knowledge of the unmanifested. There can be no knowledge of the unmanifested. The potential is unknowable. Only the actual can be known. Q. Why should the knower remain unknown? The knower knows the known. Do you know the knower? Who is the knower of the knower? You want to know the unmanifested. Can you say you know the manifested? Q. I know things and ideas and their relations. It is the sum total of all my experiences. All. Q. Well, all actual experiences. I admit I cannot know what did not happen. If the manifested is the sum total of all actual experiences, including their experiences, how much of the total do you know? A very small part indeed. And what is the little you know? Q. Some sensory experiences as related to myself. Not even that. You only know that you react. Who reacts and to what? You do not know. You know on contact that you exist. I am. The I am this. I am that are imaginary. Q. I know the manifested because I participate in it. I admit, my part in it is very small, yet it is as real as the totality of it. And what is more important, I give it meaning. Without me the world is dark and silent. A firefly illumining the world. You don't give meaning to the world. You find it. Dive deep into yourself and find the source from where all meaning flows. Surely it is not the superficial mind that can give meaning. Q. What makes me limited and superficial? The total is open and available, but you will not take it. You are attached to the little person you think yourself to be. Your desires are narrow. Your ambitions petty. After all, without a center of perception, where would be the manifested? Unperceived. The manifested is as good as the unmanifested. And you are the perceiving point, the non-dimensional source of all dimensions. Know yourself as the total. Q. How can a point contain a universe? There is enough space in a point for an infinity of universes. There is no lack of capacity. Self-limitation is the only problem. But you cannot run away from yourself. However far you go, you come back to yourself and to the need of understanding this point, which is as nothing and yet the source of everything. Q. I came to India in search of a yoga teacher. I am still in search. What kind of yoga do you want to practice? The yoga of getting, or the yoga of giving up? Q. Don't they come to the same in the end? How can they? One enslaves, the other liberates. The motive matters supremely. Freedom comes through renunciation. All possession is bondage. Q. What I have the strength and the courage to hold on to. Why should I give up? And if I have not the strength, how can I give up? I do not understand this need of giving up. When I want something, why should I not pursue it? Renunciation is for the weak. If you do not have the wisdom and the strength to give up, just look at your possessions. Your mere looking will burn them up. If you can stand outside your mind, you will soon find that total renunciation of possessions and desires is the most obviously reasonable thing to do. You create the world and then worry about it. Becoming selfish makes you weak. If you think you have the strength and courage to desire, it is because you are young and inexperienced. Invariably, the object of desire destroys the means of acquiring it and then itself withers away. It is all for the best, because it teaches you to shun desire like poison. Q. How am I to practice desirelessness? No need of practice. No need of any acts of renunciation. Just turn your mind away. That is all. Desire is merely the fixation of the mind on an idea. Get it out of its groove by denying it attention. Q. That is all? Yes. That is all. Whatever may be the desire or fear, don't dwell upon it. Try and see for yourself. Here and there you may forget. It does not matter. Go back to your attempts till the brushing away of every desire and fear, of every reaction becomes automatic. Q. How can one live without emotions? You can have all the emotions you want, but beware of reactions, of induced emotions. Be entirely self-determined and ruled from within, not from without. Merely giving up a thing to secure a better one is not true relinquishment. Give it up because you see its valuelessness. As you keep on giving up, you will find that you grow spontaneously in intelligence and power and inexhaustible love and joy. Q. Why so much insistence on relinquishing all desires and fears? Are they not natural? They are not. They are entirely mind-made. You have to give up everything to know that you need nothing, not even your body. Your needs are unreal and your efforts are meaningless. You imagine that your possessions protect you. In reality, they make you vulnerable. Realize yourself as away from all that can be pointed at as this or that. You are unreachable by any sensory experience or verbal construction. Turn away from them. Refuse to impersonate. Q. After I have heard you, what am I to do? Only hearing will not help you much. You must keep it in mind and ponder over it and try to understand the state of mind which makes me say what I say. I speak from truth. Stretch your hand and take it. You are not what you think yourself to be. I assure you. The image you have of yourself is made up from memories and is purely accidental. Q. What I am is the result of my karma. What you appear to be, you are not. Karma is only a word you have learned to repeat. You have never been, nor shall ever be a person. Refuse to consider yourself as one. But as long as you do not even doubt yourself to be a Mr. S0 and so, there is little hope. When you refuse to open your eyes, what can you be shown? Q. I imagine karma to be a mysterious power that urges me towards perfection. That's what people told you. You are already perfect, here and now. The perfectible is not you. You imagine yourself to be what you are not. Stop it. It is the cessation that is important, not what you are going to stop. Q. Did not karma compel me to become what I am? M. Nothing compels. You are as you believe yourself to be. Stop believing. Q. Here you are sitting on your seat and talking to me. What compels you is your karma. M. Nothing compels me. I do what needs doing. But you do so many unnecessary things. It is your refusal to examine that creates karma. It is the indifference to your own suffering that perpetuates it. Q. Yes, it is true. What can put an end to this indifference? M. The urge must come from within as a wave of detachment or compassion. Q. Could I meet the surge halfway? M. Of course. See your own condition. See the condition of the world. Q. We were told about karma and reincarnation, evolution and yoga, masters and disciples. What are we to do with all this knowledge? M. Leave it all behind you. Forget it. Go forth, unburdened with ideas and beliefs. Abandon all verbal structures, all relative truth, all tangible objectives. The absolute can be reached by absolute devotion only. Don't be half-hearted. Q. I must begin with some absolute truth. Is there any? M. Yes, there is. The feeling. I am. Begin with that. Q. Nothing else is true. M. All else is neither true nor false. It seems real when it appears. It disappears when it is denied. A transient thing is a mystery. Q. I thought the real is the mystery. M. How can it be? The real is simple, open, clear and kind, beautiful and joyous. It is completely free of contradictions. It is ever new, ever fresh, endlessly creative. Being and non-being, life and death, all distinctions merge in it. Q. I can admit that all is false. But, does it make my mind non-existent? M. The mind is what it thinks. To make it true, think true. Q. If the shape of things is mere appearance, what are they in reality? M. In reality there is only perception. The perceiver and the perceived are conceptual. The fact of perceiving is actual. Q. Where does the absolute come in? M. The absolute is the birthplace of perceiving. It makes perception possible. But too much analysis leads you nowhere. There is in you the core of being which is beyond analysis, beyond the mind. You can't know it in action only. Express it in daily life and its light will grow ever brighter. The legitimate function of the mind is to tell you what is not. But if you want positive knowledge, you must go beyond the mind. Q. In all the universe is there one single thing of value? M. Yes. The power of love. 71. In self-awareness you learn about yourself. Questioner. It is our repeated experience that the disciples do much harm to their gurus. They make plans and carry them out, without considering the guru's wishes. In the end there is only endless worry for the guru and bitterness for his disciples. Maharaj. Yes, it does happen. Q. Who compels the guru to submit to these indignities? M. The guru is basically without desire. He sees what happens, but feels no urge to interfere. He makes no choices, takes no decisions. As pure witness, he watches what is going on and remains unaffected. Q. But his work suffers. M. Victory is always his, in the end. He knows that if the disciples do not learn from his words, they will learn from their own mistakes. Inwardly he remains quiet and silent. He has no sense of being a separate person. The entire universe is his own, including his disciples with their petty plans. Nothing in particular affects him, or, which comes to the same, the entire universe affects him in equal measure. Q. Is there no such thing as the Guru's grace? M. His grace is constant and universal. It is not given to one and denied to another. Q. How does it affect me personally? M. It is by the Guru's grace that your mind is engaged in search for truth, and it is by his grace that you will find it. It works unwaveringly towards your ultimate good, and it is for all. Q. Some disciples are ready, mature, and some are not. Must not the Guru exercise choice and make decisions? M. The Guru knows the ultimate and relentlessly propels the disciple towards it. The disciple is full of obstacles, which he himself must overcome. The Guru is not very much concerned with the superficialities of the disciple's life. It is like gravitation, the fruit must fall, when no longer held back. Q. If the disciple does not know the goal, how can he make out the obstacles? M. The goal is shown by the Guru. Obstacles are discovered by the disciple. The Guru has no preferences, but those who have obstacles to overcome seem to be lagging behind. In reality, the disciple is not different from the Guru. He is the same dimensionless center of perception and love in action. It is only his imagination and self-identification with the imagined that encloses him and converts him into a person. The Guru is concerned little with the person. His attention is on the inner watcher. It is the task of the watcher to understand and thereby eliminate the person. While there is grace on one side, there must be dedication to the task on the other. Q. But the person does not want to be eliminated. M. The person is merely the result of a misunderstanding. In reality, there is no such thing. Feelings, thoughts and actions race before the watcher in endless succession, leaving traces in the brain and creating an illusion of continuity. A reflection of the watcher in the mind creates the sense of I, and the person acquires an apparently independent existence. In reality, there is no person. Only the watcher identifying himself with the I and the mine. The teacher tells the watcher, you are not this. There is nothing of yours in this, except the little point of I am, which is the bridge between the watcher and his dream. I am this, I am that is dream, while pure I am has the stamp of reality on it. You have tasted so many things. All came to naught. Only the sense I am persisted, unchanged. Stay with the changeless among the changeful, until you are able to go beyond. Q. When will it happen? M. It will happen as soon as you remove the obstacles. Q. Which obstacles? M. Desire for the false and fear of the true. You. As the person. Imagine that the guru is interested in you as a person. Not at all. To him you are a nuisance and a hindrance to be done away with. He actually aims at your elimination as a factor in consciousness. Q. If I am eliminated, what will remain? M. Nothing will remain. All will remain. The sense of identity will remain, but no longer identification with a particular body, being. Awareness love will shine in full splendor. Liberation is never of the person. It is always from the person. Q. And no trace remains of the person. M. A vague memory remains, like the memory of a dream, or early childhood. After all, what is there to remember? A flow of events, mostly accidental and meaningless. A sequence of desires and fears and inane blunders. Is there anything worth remembering? The person is but a shell imprisoning you. Break the shell. Q. Whom are you asking to break the shell? Who is to break the shell? M. Break the bonds of memory and self-identification and the shell will break by itself. There is a center that imparts reality to whatever it perceives. All you need is to understand that you are the source of reality, that you give reality instead of getting it, that you need no support and no confirmation. Things are as they are, because you accept them as they are. Stop accepting them and they will dissolve. Whatever you think about with desire or fear appears before you as real. Look at it without desire or fear and it does lose substance. Pleasure and pain are momentary. It is simpler and easier to disregard them than to act on them. Q. If all things come to an end, why did they appear at all? M. Creation is in the very nature of consciousness. Consciousness causes appearances. Reality is beyond consciousness. Q. While we are conscious of appearances, how is it that we are not conscious that these are mere appearances? M. The mind covers up reality, without knowing it. To know the nature of the mind, you need intelligence, the capacity to look at the mind in silent and dispassionate awareness. Q. If I am of the nature of all-pervading consciousness, how could ignorance and illusion happen to me? M. Neither ignorance nor illusion ever happened to you. Find the self to which you ascribe ignorance and illusion and your question will be answered. You talk as if you know the self and see it to be under the sway of ignorance and illusion. But, in fact, you do not know the self, nor are you aware of ignorance. By all means become aware. This will bring you to the self and you will realize that there is neither ignorance nor delusion in it. It is like saying, if there is sun, how can darkness be? As under a stone there will be darkness. However strong the sunlight, so in the shadow of the I am the body consciousness there must be ignorance and illusion. Q. But why did the body consciousness come into being? M. Don't ask why. Ask how. It is in the nature of creative imagination to identify itself with its creations. You can stop it any moment by switching off attention, or through investigation. Q. Does creation come before investigation? M. First you create a world, then the I am becomes a person who is not happy for various reasons. He goes out in search of happiness, meets a guru who tells him, "You are not a person. Find who you are." He does it and goes beyond. Q. Why did he not do it at the very start? M. It did not occur to him. He needed somebody to tell him. Q. Was that enough? M. It was enough. Q. Why does it not work in my case? M. You do not trust me. Q. Why is my faith weak? M. Desires and fears have dulled your mind. It needs some scrubbing. Q. How can I clear my mind? M. By watching it relentlessly. Inattention obscures, attention clarifies. Q. Why do the Indian teachers advocate inactivity? M. Most of people's activities are valueless, if not outright destructive. Dominated by desire and fear, they can do nothing good. Ceasing to do evil precedes beginning to do good. Hence the need for stopping all activities for a time. To investigate one's urges and their motives. See all that is false in one's life. Purge the mind of all evil and then only restart work. Beginning with one's obvious duties. Of course, if you have a chance to help somebody, by all means do it, and promptly too. Don't keep him waiting till you are perfect. But do not become a professional do-gooder. Q. I do not feel there are too many do-gooders among disciples. Most of those I met are too absorbed in their own petty conflicts. They have no heart for others. M. Such self-centeredness is temporary. Be patient with such people. For so many years they gave attention to everything but themselves. Let them turn to themselves for a change. Q. What are the fruits of self-awareness? M. You grow more intelligent. In awareness you learn. In self-awareness you learn about yourself. Of course, you can only learn what you are not. To know what you are, you must go beyond the mind. Q. Is not awareness beyond the mind? M. Awareness is the point at which the mind reaches out beyond itself into reality. In awareness you seek not what pleases, but what is true. Q. I find that awareness brings about a state of inner silence, a state of psychic void. M. It is alright as it goes, but it is not enough. Have you felt the all-embracing emptiness in which the universe swims like a cloud in the blue sky? Q. Sir, let me first come to know well my own inner space. M. Destroy the wall that separates. The I am the body idea, and the inner and the outer will become one. Q. Am I to die? M. Physical destruction is meaningless. It is the clinging to sense at life that binds you. If you could experience the inner void fully, the explosion into the totality would be near. Q. My own spiritual experience has its seasons. Sometimes I feel glorious. Then again I am down. I am like a little boy, going up, going down, going up, going down. All changes in consciousness are due to the I am the body idea. Divested of this idea, the mind becomes steady. There is pure being, free of experiencing anything in particular. But to realize it, you must do what your teacher tells you. Mere listening, even memorizing, is not enough. If you do not struggle hard to apply every word of it in your daily life, don't complain that you made no progress. All real progress is irreversible. Ups and downs merely show that the teaching has not been taken to heart and translated into action fully. Q. The other day you told us that there is no such thing as karma. Yet we see that everything has a cause and the sum total of all the causes may be called karma. As long as you believe yourself to be a body, you will ascribe causes to everything. I do not say things have no causes. Each thing has innumerable causes. It is as it is, because the world is as it is. Every cause in its ramifications covers the universe. When you realize that you are absolutely free to be what you consent to be, that you are what you appear to be because of ignorance or indifference, you are free to revolt and change. You allow yourself to be what you are not. You are looking for the causes of being what you are not. It is a futile search. There are no causes, but your ignorance of your real being, which is perfect and beyond all causation. For whatever happens, all the universe is responsible and you are the source of the universe. Q. I know nothing about being the cause of the universe. Because you do not investigate, inquire, search within and you will know. Q. How can a speck like me create the vast universe? When you are infected with the I am the body virus, a whole universe springs into being. But when you have had enough of it, you cherish some fanciful ideas about liberation and pursue lines of action totally futile. You concentrate, you meditate, you torture your mind and body, you do all sorts of unnecessary things, but you miss the essential, which is the elimination of the person. Q. In the beginning we may have to pray and meditate for some time before we are ready for self-inquiry. If you believe so, go on. To me, all delay is a waste of time. You can skip all the preparation and go directly for the ultimate search within. Of all the yogas, it is the simplest and the shortest. 72. What is pure, unalloyed, unattached is real. Maharaj, you are back in India. Where have you been? What have you seen? Questioner, I come from Switzerland. I stayed there with a remarkable man who claims to have realized. He has done many yogas in his past and had many experiences that passed away. Now he claims no special abilities, nor knowledge. The only unusual thing about him is connected with sensations. He is unable to separate the seer from the seen. For instance, when he sees a car rushing at him, he does not know whether the car is rushing at him, or he is a car. He seems to be both at the same time. The seer and the seen. They become one. Whatever he sees himself. When I asked him some Vedantic questions, he said, I really cannot answer. I do not know. All I know is this strange identity with whatever I perceive. You know, I expected anything but this. He is on the whole a humble man. He makes no disciples and in no way puts himself on a pedestal. He is willing to talk about his strange condition. But that is all. Now he knows what he knows. All else is over. At least he still talks. Soon he may cease talking. Q. What will he do then? Immobility and silence are not inactive. The flower fills the space with perfume. The candle, with light. They do nothing, yet they change everything by their mere presence. You can photograph the candle, but not its light. You can know the man, his name and appearance, but not his influence. His very presence is action. Q. Is it not natural to be active? Everybody wants to be active. But where do his actions originate? There is no central point. Each action begets another, meaninglessly and painfully, in endless succession. The alternation of work and pause is not there. First find the immutable center where all movement takes birth. Just like a wheel turns round an axle, so must you be always at the axle in the center and not whirling at the periphery. Q. How do I go about it in practice? Whenever a thought or emotion of desire or fear comes to your mind, just turn away from it. Q. By suppressing my thoughts and feelings I shall provoke a reaction. I am not talking of suppression. Just refuse attention. Q. Must I not use effort to arrest the movements of the mind? It has nothing to do with effort. Just turn away. Look between the thoughts, rather than at the thoughts. When you happen to walk in a crowd, you do not fight every man you meet. You just find your way between. Q. If I use my will to control the mind, it only strengthens the ego. Of course. When you fight, you invite a fight. But when you do not resist, you meet with no resistance. When you refuse to play the game, you are out of it. Q. How long will it take me to get free of the mind? It may take 1,000 years, but really no time is required. All you need is to be in dead earnest. Here the will is the deed. If you are sincere, you have it. After all, it is a matter of attitude. Nothing stops you from being a jnani here and now, except fear. You are afraid of being impersonal, of impersonal being. It is all quite simple. Turn away from your desires and fears and from the thoughts they create, and you are at once in your natural state. Q. No question of reconditioning, changing, or eliminating the mind. Absolutely none. Leave your mind alone. That is all. Don't go along with it. After all, there is no such thing as mind apart from thoughts which come and go obeying their own laws, not yours. They dominate you only because you are interested in them. It is exactly as Christ said, resist not evil. By resisting evil you merely strengthen it. Q. Yes. I see now. All I have to do is to deny existence to evil. Then it fades away. But does it not boil down to some kind of autosuggestion? M. The autosuggestion is in full swing now. When you think yourself to be a person caught between good and evil, what I am asking you to do is to put an end to it, to wake up and see things as they are. About your stay in Switzerland with that strange friend of yours. What did you gain in his company? Q. Nothing absolutely. His experience did not affect me at all. One thing I have understood. There is nothing to search for. Wherever I may go, nothing waits for me at the end of the journey. Discovery is not the result of transportation. M. Yes. You are quite apart from anything that can be gained or lost. Q. Do you call it virajya? Relinquishment? Renunciation? M. There is nothing to renounce. Enough if you stop acquiring. To give you must have, and to have you must take. Better don't take. It is simpler than to practice renunciation, which leads to a dangerous form of spiritual pride. All this weighing, selecting, choosing, exchanging, it is all shopping in some spiritual market. What is your business there? What deal are you out to strike? When you are not out for business, what is the use of this endless anxiety of choice? Restlessness takes you nowhere. Something prevents you from seeing that there is nothing you need. Find it out and see its falseness. It is like having swallowed some poison and suffering from unquenchable craving for water. Instead of drinking beyond all measure, why not eliminate the poison and be free of this burning thirst? Q. I shall have to eliminate the ego. M. The sense I am a person in time and space is the poison. In a way, time itself is the poison. In time all things come to an end and you are born, to be devoured in their turn. Do not identify yourself with time. Do not ask anxiously, what next? What next? Step out of time and see it devour the world. Say, well, it is in the nature of time to put an end to everything. Let it be. It does not concern me. I am not combustible, nor do I need to collect fuel. Q. Can the witness be without the things to witness? M. There is always something to witness. If not a thing, then its absence. Witnessing is natural and no problem. The problem is excessive interest, leading to self-identification. Whatever you are engrossed in you take to be real. Q. Is the I am real or unreal? Is the I am the witness? Is the witness real or unreal? M. What is pure, unalloyed, unattached, is real? What is tainted, mixed up, dependent and transient is unreal. Do not be misled by words. One word may convey several and even contradictory meanings. The I am that pursues the pleasant and shuns the unpleasant is false. The I am that sees pleasure and pain as inseparable sees rightly. The witness that is enmeshed in what he perceives is the person. The witness who stands aloof, unmoved and untouched, is the watchtower of the real, the point at which awareness, inherent in the unmanifested, contacts the manifested. There can be no universe without the witness. There can be no witness without the universe. Q. Time consumes the world. Who is the witness of time? M. He who is beyond time, the unnamable, a glowing ember, moved round and round quickly enough, appears as a glowing circle. When the movement ceases, the ember remains. Similarly, the I am in movement creates the world. The I am at peace becomes the absolute. You are like a man with an electric torch walking through a gallery. You can see only what is within the beam. The rest is in darkness. Q. If I project the world, I should be able to change it. M. Of course, you can. But you must cease identifying yourself with it and go beyond. Then you have the power to destroy and recreate. Q. All I want is to be free. M. You must know two things. What are you to be free from and what keeps you bound? Q. Why do you want to annihilate the universe? M. I am not concerned with the universe. Let it be or not be. It is enough if I know myself. Q. If you are beyond the world, then you are of no use to the world. M. Pity the self that is, not the world that is not. Engrossed in a dream you have forgotten your true self. Q. Without the world there is no place for love. M. Quite so. All these attributes, being, consciousness, love and beauty are reflections of the real in the world. No real, no reflection. Q. The world is full of desirable things and people. How can I imagine it non-existent? M. Leave the desirable to those who desire. Change the current of your desire from taking to giving. The passion for giving, for sharing, will naturally wash the idea of an external world out of your mind, and of giving as well. Only the pure radiance of love will remain, beyond giving and receiving. Q. In love there must be duality, the lover and the beloved. M. In love there is not the one even. How can there be two? Love is the refusal to separate, to make distinctions. Before you can think of unity, you must first create duality. When you truly love, you do not say, I love you. Where there is mentation, there is duality. Q. What is it that brings me again and again to India? It cannot be only the comparative cheapness of life here, nor the colorfulness and variety of impressions. There must be some more important factor. M. There is also the spiritual aspect. The division between the outer and the inner is less in India. It is easier here to express the inner in the outer. Integration is easier. Society is not so oppressive. Q. Yes. In the West it is all tamas and rajas. In India there is more of sattva, of harmony and balance. M. Can't you go beyond the gunas? Why choose the sattva? Be what you are, wherever you are, and worry not about gunas. Q. I have not the strength. M. It merely shows that you have gained little in India. What you truly have you cannot lose. Were you well grounded in yourself, change of place would not affect it. Q. In India spiritual life is easy. It is not so in the West. One has to conform to environment to a much greater extent. M. Why don't you create your own environment? The world has only as much power over you as you give it. Rebel. Go beyond duality. Make no difference between East and West. Q. What can one do when one finds oneself in a very unspiritual environment? M. Do nothing. Be yourself. Stay out. Look beyond. Q. There may be clashes at home. Parents rarely understand. M. When you know your true being, you have no problems. You may please your parents or not, marry or not, make a lot of money or not. It is all the same to you. Just act according to circumstances, yet in close touch with the facts, with the reality in every situation. Q. Is it not a very high state? M. Oh no. It is the normal state. You call it high because you are afraid of it. First be free from fear. See that there is nothing to be afraid of. Fearlessness is the door to the Supreme. Q. No amount of effort can make me fearless. M. Fearlessness comes by itself. When you see that there is nothing to be afraid of. When you walk in a crowded street, you just bypass people. Some you see, some you just glance at, but you do not stop. It is the stopping that creates the bottleneck. Keep moving. Disregard names and shapes. Don't be attached to them. Your attachment is your bondage. Q. What should I do when a man slaps me on my face? M. You will react according to your character, inborn or acquired. Q. Is it inevitable? Am I? Is the world condemned to remain as we are? M. A jeweler who wants to refashion an ornament first melts it down to shapeless gold. Similarly, one must return to one's original state before a new name and form can emerge. Death is essential for renewal. Q. You are always stressing the need of going beyond, of aloofness, of solitude. You hardly ever use the words right and wrong. Why is it so? M. It is right to be oneself. It is wrong not to be. All else is conditional. You are eager to separate right from wrong, because you need some basis for action. You are always after doing something or other. But personally motivated action, based on some scale of values, aiming at some result is worse than inaction, for its fruits are always bitter. Q. Are awareness and love one and the same? M. Of course. Awareness is dynamic. Love is being. Awareness is love in action. By itself the mind can actualize any number of possibilities, but unless they are prompted by love, they are valueless. Love precedes creation. Without it there is only chaos. Q. Where is the action in awareness? M. You are so incurably operational. Unless there is movement, restlessness, turmoil, you do not call it action. Chaos is movement for movement's sake. True action does not displace. It transforms. A change of place is mere transportation. A change of heart is action. Just remember, nothing perceivable is real. Activity is not action. Action is hidden, unknown, unknowable. You can only know the fruit. Q. Is not God the all-doer? M. Why do you bring in an outer doer? The world recreates itself out of itself. It is an endless process. The transitory begetting the transitory. It is your ego that makes you think that there must be a doer. You create a God to your own image. However dismal the image. Through the film of your mind you project a world and also a God to give it cause and purpose. It is all imagination. Step out of it. Q. How difficult it is to see the world as purely mental. The tangible reality of it seems so very convincing. M. This is the mystery of imagination. That it seems to be so real. You may be celibate or married, a monk or a family man. That is not the point. Are you a slave of your imagination? Or are you not? Whatever decision you take, whatever work you do, it will be invariably based on imagination, on assumptions parading as facts. Q. Here I am sitting in front of you. What part of it is imagination? M. The whole of it. Even space and time are imagined. Q. Does it mean that I don't exist? M. I too do not exist. All existence is imaginary. Q. Is being too imaginary? M. Pure being, filling all and beyond all, is not existence which is limited. All limitation is imaginary. Only the unlimited is real. Q. When you look at me, what do you see? M. I see you imagining yourself to be. Q. There are many like me, yet each is different. M. The totality of all projections is what is called Maya, the great illusion. Q. But when you look at yourself, what do you see? M. It depends how I look. When I look through the mind, I see numberless people. When I look beyond the mind, I see the witness. Beyond the witness there is the infinite intensity of emptiness and silence. Q. How to deal with people? M. Why make plans and what for? Such questions show anxiety. Relationship is a living thing. Be at peace with your inner self and you will be at peace with everybody. Realize that you are not the master of what happens. You cannot control the future except in purely technical matters. Human relationship cannot be planned. It is too rich and varied. Just be understanding and compassionate, free of all self-seeking. Q. Surely, I am not the master of what happens. Its slave rather. M. Be neither master nor slave. Stand aloof. Q. Does it imply avoidance of action? M. You cannot avoid action. It happens, like everything else. Q. My actions, surely, I can control. M. Try. You will soon see that you do what you must. Q. I can act according to my will. M. You know your will only after you have acted. Q. I remember my desires, the choices made, the decisions taken and act accordingly. M. Then your memory decides, not you. Q. Where do I come in? M. You make it possible by giving it attention. Q. Is there no such thing as free will? Am I not free to desire? M. Oh no. You are compelled to desire. In Hinduism, the very idea of free will is non-existent. So there is no word for it. Will is commitment, fixation, bondage. Q. I am free to choose my limitations. M. You must be free first. To be free in the world, you must be free of the world. Otherwise your past decides for you and your future. Between what had happened and what must happen, you are caught. Call it destiny or karma, but never freedom. First return to your true being and then act from the heart of love. Q. Within the manifested, what is the stamp of the unmanifested? M. There is none. The moment you begin to look for the stamp of the unmanifested, the manifested dissolves. If you try to understand the unmanifested with the mind, you at once go beyond the mind. Like when you stir the fire with a wooden stick, you burn the stick. Use the mind to investigate the manifested. Be like the chick that pecks at the shell. Speculating about life outside the shell would have been of little use to it, but pecking at the shell breaks the shell from within and liberates the chick. Similarly, break the mind from within by investigation and exposure of its contradictions and absurdities. Q. The longing to break the shell. Where does it come from? M. From the unmanifested. 73. Death of the mind is birth of wisdom. Questioner. Before one can realize one's true nature, need not one be a person? Does not the ego have its value? Maharaj. The person is of little use. It is deeply involved in its own affairs and is completely ignorant of its true being. Unless the witnessing consciousness begins to play on the person and it becomes the object of observation rather than the subject, realization is not feasible. It is the witness that makes realization desirable and attainable. Q. There comes a point in a person's life when it becomes the witness. M. Oh. No. The person by itself will not become the witness. It is like expecting a cold candle to start burning in the course of time. The person can stay in the darkness of ignorance forever, unless the flame of awareness touches it. Q. Who lights the candle? M. The Guru. His words. His presence. In India it is very often the mantra. Once the candle is lighted, the flame will consume the candle. Q. Why is the mantra so effective? M. Constant repetition of the mantra is something the person does not do for one's own sake. The beneficiary is not the person. Just like the candle which does not increase by burning. Q. Can the person become aware of itself by itself? M. Yes. It happens sometimes as a result of much suffering. The Guru wants to save you the endless pain. Such is his grace. Even when there is no discoverable outer Guru, there is always the Sadguru, the inner Guru, who directs and helps from within. The words outer and inner are relative to the body only. In reality all is one. The outer being merely a projection of the inner. Awareness comes as if from a higher dimension. Q. Before the spark is lit and after. What is the difference? M. Before the spark is lit there is no witness to perceive the difference. The person may be conscious, but is not aware of being conscious. It is completely identified with what it thinks and feels and experiences. The darkness that is in it is of its own creation. When the darkness is questioned, it dissolves. The desire to question is planted by the guru. In other words, the difference between the person and the witness is as between not knowing and knowing oneself. The world seen in consciousness is to be of the nature of consciousness. When there is harmony sattva, but when activity and passivity, rajas and tamas, appear, they obscure and distort and you see the false as real. Q. What can the person do to prepare itself for the coming of the guru? M. The very desire to be ready means that the guru had come and the flame is lighted. It may be a stray word, or a page in a book. The guru's grace works mysteriously. Q. Is there no such thing as self-preparation? We hear so much about yoga sadhana. M. It is not the person that is doing sadhana. The person is in unrest and resistance to the very end. It is the witness that works on the person, on the totality of its illusions, past, present and future. Q. How can we know that what you say is true, while it is self-contained and free from inner contradictions? How can we know that it is not a product of fertile imagination, nurtured and enriched by constant repetition? M. The proof of the truth lies in its effect on the listener. Q. Words can have a most powerful effect. By hearing or repeating words, one can experience various kinds of trances. The listener's experiences may be induced and cannot be considered as a proof. M. The effect need not necessarily be an experience. It can be a change in character, in motivation, in relationship to people and oneself. Trances and visions induced by words, or drugs, or any other sensory or mental means are temporary and inconclusive. The truth of what is said here is immovable and everlasting, and the proof of it is in the listener, in the deep and permanent changes in his entire being. It is not something he can doubt, unless he doubts his own existence, which is unthinkable. When my experience becomes your own experience also, what better proof do you want? Q. The experiencer is the proof of his experience. M. Quite. But the experiencer needs no proof. I am. And I know I am. You cannot ask for further proofs. Q. Can there be true knowledge of things? M. Relatively. Yes. Absolutely. There are no things. To know that nothing is true knowledge. Q. What is the link between the relative and the absolute? M. They are identical. Q. From which point of view are they identical? M. When the words are spoken, there is silence. When the relative is over, the absolute remains. The silence before the words were spoken, is it different from the silence that comes after? The silence is one, and without it the words could not have been heard. It is always there, at the back of the words. Shift your attention from words to silence and you will hear it. The mind craves for experience, the memory of which it takes for knowledge. The jnani is beyond all experience and his memory is empty of the past. He is entirely unrelated to anything in particular. But the mind craves for formulations and definitions, always eager to squeeze reality into a verbal shape. Of everything it wants an idea, for without ideas the mind is not. Reality is essentially alone, but the mind will not leave it alone, and deals instead with the unreal. And yet it is all the mind can do. Discover the unreal as unreal. Q. And seeing the real as real. M. There is no such state as seeing the real. Who is to see what? You can only be the real which you are. Anyhow, the problem is only mental. Abandon false ideas. That is all. There is no need of true ideas. There aren't any. Q. Why then are we encouraged to seek the real? M. The mind must have a purpose. To encourage it to free itself from the unreal, it is promised something in return. In reality, there is no need of purpose. Being free from the false is good in itself. It wants no reward. It is just like being clean, which is its own reward. Q. Is not self-knowledge the reward? M. The reward of self-knowledge is freedom from the personal self. You cannot know the knower, for you are the knower. The fact of knowing proves the knower. You need no other proof. The knower of the known is not knowable. Just like the light is known in colors only, so is the knower known in knowledge. Q. Is the knower an inference only? M. You know your body, mind and feelings. Are you an inference only? Q. I am an inference to others but not to myself. M. So am I an inference to you, but not to myself. I know myself by being myself. As you know yourself to be a man by being one. You do not keep on reminding yourself that you are a man. It is only when your humanity is questioned that you assert it. Similarly, I know that I am all. I do not need to keep on repeating, I am all, I am all. Only when you take me to be a person, I protest. As you are a man all the time, so I am what I am, all the time. Whatever you are changelessly, that you are beyond all doubt. Q. When I ask how do you know that you are a jnani, you answer, I find no desire in me. Is this not a proof? M. Were I full of desires, I would have still been what I am. Q. Myself, full of desires, and you, full of desires. What difference would there be? M. You identify yourself with your desires and become their slave. To me, desires are things among other things, mere clouds in the mental sky, and I do not feel compelled to act on them. Q. The knower and his knowledge, are they one or two? M. They are both. The knower is the unmanifested. The known is the manifested. The known is always on the move. It changes. It has no shape of its own, no dwelling place. The knower is the immutable support of all knowledge. Each needs the other. But reality lies beyond. The jnani cannot be known, because there is nobody to be known. When there is a person, you can tell something about it. But when there is no self-identification with the particular, what can be said? You may tell a jnani anything. His question will always be, about whom are you talking? There is no such person. Just as you cannot say anything about the universe because it includes everything, so nothing can be said about a jnani, for he is all and yet nothing in particular. You need a hook to hang your picture on. When there is no hook, on what will the picture hang? To locate a thing you need space. To place an event you need time. But the timeless and spaceless defies all handling. It makes everything perceivable, yet itself it is beyond perception. The mind cannot know what is beyond the mind, but the mind is known by what is beyond it. The jnani knows neither birth nor death. Existence and non-existence are the same to him. Q. When your body dies, you remain. M. Nothing dies. The body is just imagined. There is no such thing. Q. Before another century will pass, you will be dead to all around you. Your body will be covered with flowers, then burnt and the ashes scattered. That will be our experience. What will be yours? M. Time will come to an end. This is called the Great Death. Mahamratayu. The death of time. Q. Does it mean that the universe and its contents will come to an end? M. The universe is your personal experience. How can it be affected? You might have been delivering a lecture for 2 hours. Where has it gone when it is over? It has merged into silence in which the beginning, middle and end of the lecture are all together. Time has come to a stop. It was, but is no more. The silence after a life of talking and the silence after a life of silence is the same silence. Immortality is freedom from the feeling, I am. Yet it is not extinction. On the contrary, it is a state infinitely more real, aware and happy than you can possibly think of. Only self-consciousness is no more. Q. Why does the great death of the mind coincide with the small death of the body? M. It does not. You may die 100 deaths without a break in the mental turmoil. Or, you may keep your body and die only in the mind. The death of the mind is the birth of wisdom. Q. The person goes and only the witness remains. M. Who remains to say, I am the witness. When there is no I am, where is the witness? In the timeless state there is no self to take refuge in. The man who carries a parcel is anxious not to lose it. He is parcel conscious. The man who cherishes the feeling I am is self-conscious. The jnani holds on to nothing and cannot be said to be conscious. And yet he is not unconscious. He is the very heart of awareness. We call him Digambara, clothed in space, the naked one, beyond all appearance. There is no name and shape under which he may be said to exist, yet he is the only one that truly is. Q. I cannot grasp it. M. Who can? The mind has its limits. It is enough to bring you to the very frontiers of knowledge and make you face the immensity of the unknown. To dive in it is up to you. Q. What about the witness? Is it real or unreal? M. It is both. The last remnant of illusion. The first touch of the real. To say, I am only the witness is both false and true. False because of the I am. True because of the witness. It is better to say, there is witnessing. The moment you say, I am, the entire universe comes into being along with its creator. Q. Another question. Can we visualize the person and the self as two brothers, small and big? The little brother is mischievous and selfish, rude and restless, while the big brother is intelligent and kind, reasonable and considerate, free from body consciousness with its desires and fears. The big brother knows the little one, but the small one is ignorant of the big one and thinks itself to be entirely on its own. The guru comes and tells the smaller one, you are not alone. You come from a very good family. Your brother is a very remarkable man, wise and kind, and he loves you very much. Remember him. Think of him, find him, serve him, and you will become one with him. Now, the question is, are there two in us? The personal and the individual, the false self and the true self, or is it only a simile? M. It is both. They appear to be two, but on investigation they are found to be one. Duality lasts only as long as it is not questioned. The Trinity, mind, self and spirit, Vyakti, Vyakta, Avyakta, when looked into, becomes unity. These are only modes of experiencing, of attachment, of detachment, of transcendence. Q. Your assumption that we're in a dream state makes your position unassailable. Whatever objection we raise, you just deny its validity. One cannot discuss with you. M. The desire to discuss is also mere desire. The desire to know, to have the power, even the desire to exist are desires only. Everybody desires to be, to survive, to continue, for no one is sure of himself. But everybody is immortal. You make yourself mortal by taking yourself to be the body. Q. Since you have found your freedom, will you not give me a little of it? M. Why little? Take the whole. Take it. It is there for the taking. But you are afraid of freedom. Q. Swami Ramdas had to deal with a similar request. Some devotees collected round him one day and began to ask for liberation. Ramdas listened smilingly, and then suddenly he became serious and said, "You can have it, here and now. Freedom absolute and permanent. Who wants it? Come forward." Nobody moved. Thrice he repeated the offer. None accepted. Then he said, "The offer is withdrawn." M. Attachment destroys courage. The giver is always ready to give. The taker is absent. Freedom means letting go. People just do not care to let go everything. They do not know that the finite is the price of the infinite, as death is the price of immortality. Spiritual maturity lies in the readiness to let go everything. The giving up is the first step. But the real giving up is in realizing that there is nothing to give up. For nothing is your own. It is like deep sleep. You do not give up your bed when you fall asleep. You just forget it. 74. Truth is here and now. Questioner, my question is, what is the proof of truth? Followers of every religion, metaphysical or political, philosophical or ethical, are convinced that theirs is the only truth, that all else is false, and they take their own unshakable conviction for the proof of truth. I am convinced, so it must be true, they say. It seems to me that no philosophy or religion, no doctrine or ideology, however complete, free from inner contradictions and emotionally appealing, can be the proof of its own truth. They are like clothes men put on, which vary with times and circumstances and follow the fashion trends. Now, can there be a religion or philosophy which is true and which does not depend on somebody's conviction, nor on scriptures, because they again depend on somebody's faith in them? Is there a truth which does not depend on trusting, which is not subjective? Maharaj, what about science? Q. Science is circular. It ends where it starts, with the senses. It deals with experience, and experience is subjective. No two persons can have the same experience, though they may express it in the same words. You must look for truth beyond the mind. Q. Sir, I have had enough of trances. Any drug can induce them cheaply and quickly. Even the classical samadhis, caused by breathing or mental exercises, are not much different. There are oxygen samadhis and carbon dioxide samadhis and self-induced samadhis, caused by repetition of a formula or a chain of thoughts. Monotony is soporific. I cannot accept samadhi, however glorious, as a proof of truth. Samadhi is beyond experience. It is a qualityless state. Q. The absence of experience is due to inattention. It reappears with attention. Closing one's eyes does not disprove light. Attributing reality to negative states will not take us far. The very negation contains an affirmation. In a way you are right. But don't you see, you are asking for the proof of truth, without explaining what is the truth you have in mind and what proof will satisfy you. You can prove anything, provided you trust your proof. But what will prove that your proof is true? I can easily drive you into an admission that you know only that you exist, that you are the only proof you can have of anything. But I do not identify mere existence with reality. Existence is momentary, always in time and space, while reality is changeless and all-pervading. Q. Sir, I do not know what is truth and what can prove it. Do not throw me on my own resources. I have none. Here you are the truth knower, not me. You refuse testimony as the proof of truth. The experience of others is of no use to you. You reject all inference from the concurring statements of a vast number of independent witnesses. So it is for you to tell me what is the proof that will satisfy you. What is your test of a valid proof? Q. Honestly, I do not know what makes a proof. M. Not even your own experience? Q. Neither my experience, nor even existence. They depend on my being conscious. M. And your being conscious depends on what? Q. I do not know. Formerly, I would have said, on my body. Now I can see that the body is secondary, not primary, and cannot be considered as an evidence of existence. M. I am glad you have abandoned the L and the body idea, the main source of error and suffering. Q. I have abandoned it intellectually, but the sense of being the particular, a person, is still with me. I can say, I am, but what I am I cannot say. I know I exist, but I do not know what exists. Whichever way I put it, I face the unknown. M. Your very being is the real. Q. Surely, we are not talking of the same thing. I am not some abstract being. I am a person, limited and aware of its limitations. I am a fact, but a most unsubstantial fact I am. There is nothing I can build on my momentary existence as a person. M. Your words are wiser than you are. As a person, your existence is momentary. But are you a person only? Are you a person at all? Q. How am I to answer? My sense of being proves only that I am. It does not prove anything which is independent of me. I am relative, both creature and creator of the relative, the absolute proof of the absolute truth. What is it? Where is it? Can the mere feeling I am be the proof of reality? M. Of course not. I am and the world is related and conditional. They are due to the tendency of the mind to project names and shapes. Q. Names and shapes and ideas and convictions. But not truth. But for you, I would have accepted the relativity of everything, including truth, and learned to live by assumptions. But then I meet you and hear you talking of the absolute as within my reach and also as supremely desirable. Words like peace, bliss, eternity, immortality, catch my attention, as offering freedom from pain and fear, my inborn instincts, pleasure-seeking and curiosity aroused, and I begin to explore the realm you have opened. All seems most attractive, and naturally I ask, is it attainable? Is it real? M. You are like a child that says, prove that the sugar is sweet, then only I shall have it. The proof of the sweetness is in the mouth, not in the sugar. To know it is sweet, you must taste it. There is no other way. Of course, you begin by asking, is it sugar? Is it sweet? And you accept my assurance until you taste it. Then only all doubts dissolve and your knowledge becomes first-hand and unshakable. I do not ask you to believe me. Just trust me enough to begin with. Every step proves or disproves itself. You seem to want the proof of truth to precede truth. And what will be the proof of the proof? You see, you are falling into a regress. To cut it, you must put a stop to asking for proofs and accept, For a moment only, something is true. It does not really matter what it is. It may be God, or me, or your own self. In each case you accept something, or somebody, unknown as true. Now, if you act on the truth you have accepted, even for a moment, very soon you will be brought to the next step. It is like climbing a tree in the dark. You can get hold of the next branch only when you are perched on the previous one. In science it is called the experimental approach. To prove a theory you carry out an experiment according to the operational instructions left by those who have made the experiment before you. In spiritual search the chain of experiments one has to make is called yoga. There are so many yogas. Which to choose? Of course, every jnani will suggest the path of his own attainment as the one he knows most intimately. But most of them are very liberal and adapt their advice to the needs of the inquirer. All the paths take you to the purification of the mind. The impure mind is opaque to truth. The pure mind is transparent. Truth can be seen through it easily and clearly. I am sorry, but I seem unable to convey my difficulty. I am asking about the proof of truth and am being given the methods of attaining it. Assuming I follow the methods and attain some most wonderful and desirable state, how do I come to know that my state is true? Every religion begins with faith and promises some ecstasy. Is the ecstasy of the real, or the product of faith? 4. If it is an induced state, I shall have nothing to do with it. Take Christianity that says, Jesus is your savior, believe and be saved from sin. When I ask a sinning Christian how is it that he has not been saved from sin in spite of his faith in Christ, he answers, my faith is not perfect. Again we are in the vicious circle. Without perfect faith, no salvation. Without salvation, no perfect faith. Hence no salvation. Conditions are imposed which are unfulfillable and then we are blamed for not fulfilling them. You do not realize that your present waking state is one of ignorance. Your question about the proof of truth is born from ignorance of reality. You are contacting your sensory and mental states in consciousness at the point of I am, while reality is not mediated, not contacted, not experienced. You are taking duality so much for granted that you do not even notice it, while to me variety and diversity do not create separation. You imagine reality to stand apart from names and forms, while to me names and forms are the ever-changing expressions of reality and not apart from it. You ask for the proof of truth while to me all existence is the proof. You separate existence from being and being from reality, while to me it is all one. However much you are convinced of the truth of your waking state, you do not claim it to be permanent and changeless, as I do when I talk of mine. Yet I see no difference between us, except that you are imagining things, while I do not. First you disqualify me from asking about truth. Then you accuse me of imagination. What is imagination to you is reality to me. until you investigate. I am not accusing you of anything. I am only asking you to question wisely, instead of searching for the proof of truth, which you do not know. Go through the proofs you have of what you believe to know. You will find you know nothing for sure. You trust on hearsay. To know the truth, you must pass through your own experience. Q. I am mortally afraid of samadhis and other trances, whatever their cause. A drink, a smoke, a fever, a drug, breathing, singing, shaking, dancing, whirling, praying, sex or fasting, mantras or some vertiginous abstraction can dislodge me from my waking state and give me some experience. Extraordinary because unfamiliar. But when the cause ceases, the effect dissolves and only a memory remains, haunting but fading. Let us give up all means and their results, for the results are bound by the means. Let us put the question anew. Can truth be found? M. Where is the dwelling place of truth where you could go in search of it? And how will you know that you have found it? What touchstone do you bring with you to test it? You are back at your initial question. What is the proof of truth? There must be something wrong with the question itself, for you tend to repeat it again and again. Why do you ask what are the proofs of truth? Is it not because you do not know truth firsthand and you are afraid that you may be deceived? You imagine that truth is a thing which carries the name truth and that it is advantageous to have it, provided it is genuine. Hence your fear of being cheated. You are shopping for truth, but you do not trust the merchants. You are afraid of forgeries and imitations. Q. I am not afraid of being cheated. I am afraid of cheating myself. M. But you are cheating yourself in your ignorance of your true motives. You are asking for truth, but in fact you merely seek comfort, which you want to last forever. Now, nothing, no state of mind, can last forever. In time and space there is always a limit, because time and space themselves are limited. And in the timeless the words forever have no meaning. The same with the proof of truth. In the realm of non-duality everything is complete, its own proof, meaning and purpose. Where all is one, no supports are needed. You imagine that permanence is the proof of truth, that what lasts longer is somehow more true. Time becomes the measure of truth. And since time is in the mind becomes the arbiter and searches within itself for the proof of truth. A task altogether impossible and hopeless. Q. Sir, were you to say, nothing is true, all is relative, I would agree with you. But you maintain there is truth, reality, perfect knowledge. Therefore I ask, what is it and how do you know? And what will make me say, yes, Maharaj was right? M. You are holding on to the need for a proof, a testimony, an authority. You still imagine that truth needs pointing at and telling you, look, here is truth. It is not so. Truth is not the result of an effort, the end of a road. It is here and now, in the very longing and the search for it. It is nearer than the mind and the body. nearer than the sense I am. You do not see it because you look too far away from yourself, outside your innermost being. You have objectified truth and insist on your standard proofs and tests, which apply only to things and thoughts. Q. All I can make out from what you say is that truth is beyond me and I am not qualified to talk about it. M. You are not only qualified, but you are truth itself. Only you mistake the false for the true. Q. You seem to say, don't ask for proofs of truth. Concern yourself with untruth only. M. The discovery of truth is in the discernment of the false. You can know what is not. What is, you can only be. Knowledge is relative to the known. In a way it is the counterpart of ignorance. Where ignorance is not, where is the need of knowledge? By themselves neither ignorance nor knowledge have being. They are only states of mind, which again is but an appearance of movement in consciousness which is in its essence immutable. Q. Is truth within the realm of the mind or beyond? M. It is neither, it is both. It cannot be put into words. Q. This is what I hear all the time. Inexpressible. Anavachana. It does not make me wiser. M. It is true that it often covers sheer ignorance. The mind can operate with terms of its own making. It just cannot go beyond itself. That which is neither sensory nor mental, and yet without which neither sensory nor the mental can exist, cannot be contained in them. Do understand that the mind has its limits. To go beyond, you must consent to silence. Q. Can we say that action is the proof of truth? It may not be verbalized, but it may be demonstrated. M. Neither action nor inaction. It is beyond both. Q. Can a man ever say, yes, this is true? Or is he limited to the denial of the false? In other words, is truth pure negation? Or does a moment come when it becomes assertion? M. Truth cannot be described, but it can be experienced. Q. Experience is subjective. It cannot be shared. Your experiences leaves me where I am. M. Truth can be experienced, but it is not mere experience. I know it and I can convey it, but only if you are open to it. To be open means to want nothing else. Q. I am full of desires and fears. Does it mean that I am not eligible for truth? M. Truth is not a reward for good behavior, nor a prize for passing some tests. It cannot be brought about. It is the primary, the unborn, the ancient source of all that is. You are eligible because you are. You need not merit truth. It is your own. Just stop running away by running after. Stand still. Be quiet. Q. Sir. If you want the body to be still and the mind quiet, tell me how it is done. In self-awareness I see the body and the mind moved by causes beyond my control. Heredity and environment dominate me absolutely. The mighty I am, the creator of the universe, can be wiped out by a drug temporarily, or a drop of poison, permanently. M. Again, You take yourself to be the body. Q. Even if I dismiss this body of bones, flesh and blood is not me. Still I remain with the subtle body made up of thoughts and feelings, memories and imaginations. If I dismiss these also as not me, I still remain with consciousness, which also is a kind of body. M. You are quite right. But you need not stop there. Go beyond. Neither consciousness, nor the I am at the center of it are you. Your true being is entirely unself-conscious, completely free from all self-identification with whatever it may be, gross, subtle or transcendental. Q. I can imagine myself to be beyond. But what proof have I? To be, I must be somebody. M. It is the other way round. To be, you must be nobody. To think yourself to be something, or somebody, is death and hell. Q. I have read that in ancient Egypt people were admitted to some mysteries where, under the influence of drugs or incantations, they would be expelled from their bodies and could actually experience standing outside and looking at their own prostrate forms. This was intended to convince them of the reality of the after-death existence and create in them a deep concern with their ultimate destiny, so profitable to the state and temple. The self-identification with the person owning the body remained. M. The body is made of food, as the mind is made of thoughts. See them as they are. Non-identification, when natural and spontaneous, is liberation. You need not know what you are. Enough to know what you are not. What you are you will never know. For every discovery reveals new dimensions to conquer. The unknown has no limits. Q. Does it imply ignorance forever? M. It means that ignorance never was. Truth is in the discovery, not in the discovered. And to discovery there is no beginning and no end. Question the limits. Go beyond. Set yourself tasks apparently impossible. This is the way. 75. In peace and silence you grow. Questioner. The Indian tradition tells us that the guru is indispensable. What is he indispensable for? A mother is indispensable for giving the child a body, but the soul she does not give. Her role is limited. How is it with the guru? Is his role also limited? And if so, to what? Or is he indispensable generally? Even absolutely? Maharaj, the innermost light, shining peacefully and timelessly in the heart, is the real guru. All others merely show the way. Q. I am not concerned with the inner guru, only with the one that shows the way. There are people who believe that without a guru yoga is inaccessible. They are ever in a search of the right guru, changing one for another. Of what value are such gurus? M. They are temporary, time-bound gurus. You find them in every walk of life. You need them for acquiring any knowledge or skill. Q. A mother is only for a lifetime. She begins at birth and ends at death. She is not forever. M. Similarly, the time-bound guru is not forever. He fulfills his purpose and yields his place to the next. It is quite natural and there is no blame attached to it. Q. For every kind of knowledge or skill, do I need a separate guru? M. There can be no rule in these matters, except one: the outer is transient, the innermost permanent and changeless, though ever new in appearance and action. Q. What is the relation between the inner and the outer gurus? M. The outer represent the inner accepts the outer, for a time. Q. Whose is the effort? M. The disciples, of course. The outer guru gives the instructions, the inner sends the strength. The alert application is the disciples. Without will, intelligence and energy on the part of the disciple, the outer guru is helpless. The inner guru bids his chance. Obtuseness and wrong pursuits bring about a crisis, and the disciple wakes up to his own plight. Wise is he who does not wait for a shock, which can be quite rude. Q. Is it a threat? M. Not a threat, a warning. The inner guru is not committed to non-violence. He can be quite violent at times, to the point of destroying the obtuse or perverted personality. Suffering and death, as life and happiness, are his tools of work. It is only in duality that non-violence becomes the unifying law. Q. Has one to be afraid of his own self? M. Not afraid, for the self means well, but it must be taken seriously. It calls for attention and obedience. When it is not listened to, it turns from persuasion to compulsion. For while it can wait, it shall not be denied. The difficulty lies not with the guru, inner or outer. The guru is always available. It is the ripe disciple that is lacking. When a person is not ready, what can be done? Q. Ready or willing? M. Both. It comes to the same. In India we call it adhikari. It means both capable and entitled. Q. Can the outer guru grant initiation? Diksha? M. He can give all kinds of initiations, but the initiation into reality must come from within. Q. Who gives the ultimate initiation? M. It is self-given. Q. I feel we are running in circles. After all, I know oneself only, the present, empirical self. The inner or higher self is but an idea conceived to explain and encourage. We talk of it as having independent existence. It hasn't. M. The outer self and the inner both are imagined. The obsession of being an I needs another obsession with a super L to get cured, as one needs another thorn to remove a thorn, or another poison to neutralize a poison. All assertion calls for a denial, but this is the first step only. The next is to go beyond both. Q. I do understand that the outer guru is needed to call my attention to myself and to the urgent need of doing something about myself. I also understand how helpless he is when it comes to any deep change in me. But here you bring in the Sadguru, the inner guru, beginningless, changeless, the root of being, the standing promise, the certain goal. Is he a concept or a reality? M. He is the only reality. All else is shadow, cast by the body-mind. Deha Buddhi. on the face of time. Of course, even a shadow is related to reality, but by itself it is not real. Q. I am the only reality I know. The Sadhguru is there as long as I think of him. What do I gain by shifting reality to him? M. Your loss is your gain. When the shadow is seen to be a shadow only, you stop following it. You turn round and discover the sun which was there all the time, behind your back. Q. Does the inner guru also teach? M. He grants the conviction that you are the eternal, changeless, reality consciousness love, within and beyond all appearances. Q. A conviction is not enough. There must be certainty. M. Quite right. But in this case certainty takes the shape of courage. Fear ceases absolutely. This state of fearlessness is so unmistakably new, yet felt deeply as one's own, that it cannot be denied. It is like loving one's own child. Who can doubt it? Q. We hear of progress in our spiritual endeavors. What kind of progress do you have in mind? M. When you go beyond progress, you will know what is progress. Q. What makes us progress? M. Silence is the main factor. In peace and silence you grow. Q. The mind is so absolutely restless. For quieting it, what is the way? M. Trust the teacher. Take my own case. My guru ordered me to attend to the sense I am and to give attention to nothing else. I just obeyed. I did not follow any particular course of breathing, or meditation, or study of scriptures. Whatever happened, I would turn away my attention from it and remain with the sense I am. It may look too simple, even crude. My only reason for doing it was that my guru told me so. Yet it worked. Obedience is a powerful solvent of all desires and fears. Just turn away from all that occupies the mind. Do whatever work you have to complete, but avoid new obligations. Keep empty. Keep available. Resist not what comes uninvited. In the end you reach a state of non-grasping, of joyful non-attachment, of inner ease and freedom indescribable, yet wonderfully real. Q. When a truth seeker earnestly practices his yogas, does his inner guru guide and help him, or does he leave him to his own resources, just waiting for the outcome? M. All happens by itself. Neither the seeker nor the guru do anything. Things happen as they happen. Blame or praise are apportioned later, after the sense of doership appearing. Q. How strange. Surely the doer comes before the deed. M. It is the other way round. The deed is a fact. The doer a mere concept. Your very language shows that while the deed is certain, the doer is dubious. Shifting responsibility is a game peculiarly human. Considering the endless list of factors required for anything to happen, one can only admit that everything is responsible for everything, however remote. Doership is a myth born from the illusion of me and the mine. Q. How powerful the illusion? M. No doubt. Because based on reality. Q. What is real in it? M. Find out. by discerning and rejecting all that is unreal. Q. I have not understood well the role of the inner self in spiritual endeavor. Who makes the effort? Is it the outer self, or the inner? M. You have invented words like effort, inner, outer, self, etc. and seek to impose them on reality. Things just happen to be as they are, but we want to build them into a pattern, laid down by the structure of our language. So strong is this habit, that we tend to deny reality to what cannot be verbalized. We just refuse to see that words are mere symbols, related by convention and habit to repeated experiences. Q. What is the value of spiritual books? M. They help in dispelling ignorance. They are useful in the beginning, but become a hindrance in the end. One must know when to discard them. Q. What is the link between Atma and Sattva, between the self and the universal harmony? M. As between the sun and its rays. Harmony and beauty, understanding and affection are all expressions of reality. It is reality in action, the impact of the spirit on matter. Tamas obscures, Rajas distorts, Sattva harmonizes. With the maturing of the Sattva, old desires and fears come to an end. The real being is reflected in the mind undistorted. Matter is redeemed. Spirit, revealed. The two are seen as one. They were always one, but the imperfect mind saw them as two. Perfection of the mind is the human task, for matter and spirit meet in the mind. Q. I feel like a man before a door. I know the door is open, but it is guarded by the dogs of desire and fear. What am I to do? M. Obey the teacher and brave the dogs. Behave as if they were not there. Again, obedience is the golden rule. Freedom is won by obedience. To escape from prison, one must unquestioningly obey instructions sent by those who work for one's release. Q. The words of the Guru, when merely heard, have little power. One must have faith to obey them. What creates such faith? M. When the time comes, faith comes. Everything comes in time. The Guru is always ready to share, but there are no takers. Q. Yes. Sri Ramana Maharshi used to say, Gurus there are many, but where are the disciples? M. Well, in the course of time everything happens. All will come through. Not a single soul, Jiva, shall be lost. Q. I am very much afraid of taking intellectual understanding for realization. I may talk of truth without knowing it, and may know it without a single word said. I understand these conversations are going to be published. What will be their effect on the reader? M. In the attentive and thoughtful reader they will ripen and bring out flowers and fruits. Words based on truth, if fully tested, have their own power.